This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Utah Senator Mike Lee late Saturday dropped his bid to sell public lands for housing. But President Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are still on the defensive over their signature legislation in which Lee had inserted the language. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lee's provision had drawn significant bipartisan opposition, a rarity in the nation's capital.
And this is after just outcry from Western states, people across the political spectrum, some Republicans on the House side. He referenced this is due to misinformation. And there was some misinformation where people were blasting maps that showed quite a bit of public lands when it was a little more defined in the bill. But the bill lacked specificity for a lot of people, and it didn't have a local kill switch, which was what Wyoming legislators disliked about it.
Even with Lee's language gone from the bill, the massive tax and spending package advanced 51 to 49, but still faces headwinds in the Senate before a final vote by that chamber. Her name was Florence, but everyone called her Flo, which had double meaning for a woman who lived life in constant motion. Florence McCall Phillips was a generational figure in Teton County, where for 30 years she lived an outsized life of adventure, athleticism, and art. Her death last week at the hands of a suspected drunk driver has devastated the Jackson community, and Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that hundreds turned out for her funeral Saturday.
Just the sheer volume of people that came out to honor her this weekend at St. John's Episcopal Church in Jackson Hole was stunning. After the pews and the overflow filled up, the hallways filled up and the foyer filled up. And then they gathered on the steps out front of the church. And there were tears and there were hugs and there was laughter.
The hundreds of people who knew and loved McCall remember the 58-year-old as a woman who defied conventional narratives. Her passion and audacity appeared to increase with age, and the more she took on new challenges, the more new challenges she craved to take on. An infamous castle mansion in Billings, Montana is back on the market, and your $26.9 million buys more than its 10 bedrooms and 19 bathrooms. The nearly 31,000 square foot palatial estate also comes with an indoor shooting range, movie theater, bowling alley, and, as Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports, a notorious story that involves a huge coal industry scam, fake kidnapping, and rogue biker gang.
This place has an amazing history, and it was bought after the original owner was found guilty of defrauding a couple of doctors in Casper and some other investors through his work in the coal industry. According to federal documents, which go on and on, he defrauded several people, built this mansion. It's rebooting itself. It doesn't want to be called the castle anymore, apparently. It wants to be called the Montana Chateau. Hey, for $27 million, you should be able to call it whatever you want.
And while rebranding makes sense, whoever ends up with the Montana Chateau won't just get an amazing mansion, they'll also have one heck of a story to tell. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
There's a grizzly approaching. Your vehicle is locked, but the window's open, and you're caught between a bear and a hard place. What do you do? Well, if you're the Grand Teton tourist who found himself in that situation earlier this month, you take the closest way out. You go for the open car window. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi says that's the story behind one of the most absurd incidents witnessed in Grand Teton National Park in recent years.
The individual got out of their car. They genuinely did not know that there was a male grizzly huffing his way over to the road. He didn't hear the calls and shrieks telling him to go to safety. How he didn't, I don't know, but that's what the people at the scene said. And then when he realized the danger he was in, he sought sanctuary in a safe space. And he would have done it in a more dignified way if a more dignified way was available, but the door was locked, the window was open, so that's the route he took. And I don't think you can fault him for seeking immediate shelter in a scary situation.
There's being bear aware, and then there's doing whatever it takes to avoid a bear once you're aware. Rossi says this guy gets points for execution at the very least. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
It's the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, final day of June. Get that rent check written. And we're heading to July and, Independence Day and all that, full speed ahead. We got a lot to cover today and a Monday. A lot happened over the weekend. Still can't get over that shooting of 2 firefighters in Idaho. We're going to talk about that. But the big news, certainly for Wyoming, is Senator Mike Lee has seen the light. He's had a revelation. Hallelujah, the angels maybe were singing from heaven. Maybe Ryan Semerad. Am I saying your name right, Semerad?
That's right, you got it.
Okay, Ryan, maybe it was a letter fired off from the Casper-based attorney, Ryan Semerad. If I got a letter from Fuller and Semerad, is that your partner, Fuller?
Yeah, it's Don Fuller.
Don Fuller. Ryan's been in the news a bunch, too, in the Cowboy State Daily. We're going to hit a few topics of interest, just for my interest, to get answers. I want to talk about gambling, fence property lines. But first, what's your take on the whole Mike Lee, the federal lands, and this idea that for Senator Lee, the urgency to dispose of federal public lands might have been based mostly in Utah. He might have had some concerns in his own state. But there is a general idea that the feds hold a lot of public land in states out west, certainly. And states say they can do it better for the most part. It gets muddy, but I don't know. Where do we start, Ryan? Because you've chimed in on this.
Yeah. Well, what I'll say is that this whole policy has always been totally unnecessary. So the first thing is there are 2 existing federal statutes out there. If the BLM or any other federal agency is super interested in disposing of through sale some lands, they can use the proper mechanisms with public notice and comment. And I think this is the big reason everyone was so upset, is this issue touches on the spirit of Wyoming. This is essential to who we are as people. We love our public lands, as do many people in the West. That's why a lot of people live here. And to kind of have this swept into a budget bill that's supposed to do a whole bunch of things, but no one was mentioning, and we'll sell all these lands. That was always not only unpopular, but just unnecessary. So I think that it just was a really bad idea from the beginning. It's still a bad idea to push this through in other ways. But coming from Utah, yeah, that's an especially troubling jurisdiction given their lawsuit last year.
Casper-based attorney Ryan Semerad. Ryan wrote this, texted this. The dire need to kill public lands has always been greatly exaggerated. It's too bad it took this long to see that. Doubly bad, Wyoming's delegation in Washington have subscribed to the tall tale that these lands have no purpose and mean nothing. Before we talk about Wyoming's delegation that was disturbingly quiet during this whole thing, I want you to go back to the lawyerness, the legalness of what Senator Mike Lee was doing. A lot of us opposed it knee jerk, like we saw our public lands getting fenced off. We got our hunting rifle. We're headed out to the old honey hole, and what? Somebody else owns it now. That's scary. But I am assuming maybe I don't know how many Congress people read the 940 pages, 16 hours of the big beautiful bill. But what was Mike Lee doing? Did he word it well? There seemed to be like, how would the lands be sold to who? Yeah. What would be the process? Like, was that half baked or what?
Yeah, so broad strokes, the original conception of the bill in the Senate, because there was a version that came out in the House that never made it out of the House, but set that aside for a moment. So Mike Lee's bill worked like this. For all BLM lands and Forest Service lands, those two buckets of lands, 0.5 to 0.75% of the stock had to be nominated for sale by the relevant secretary, so either the Department of Interior or the Department of Agriculture. And those percentages, 0.5, 0.75%, would have to be nominated for sale within 60 days of the bill's passage. And then they have to be sold effectively to the highest bidder. There was really no limitation on who the purchasers would be or what their exact purpose in buying those lands would be. There was this atmosphere that it was around affordable housing or public housing, but there was certainly no command that said that's exactly the only reason to sell these lands. And we didn't know which one or which sets of the BLM and Forest Service lands were in fact going to be sold. Then on Saturday morning, or going Friday night into Saturday morning, this past Saturday, there was a change. Mike Lee had a first revelation, which was, let's get rid of the Forest Service bucket. And so the language that made it into the big beautiful bill that had been going on all weekend, that he eventually retracted, was just BLM lands. He took the Forest Service lands out.
Yeah, and the mandating the sale of a certain percentage of land is maybe the only difference, I think, and you tell me, of what already exists to transfer land. If there's some BLM land you want to sell, there's a course for that. There's a procedure for that already. It was this mandating, like, public auction, 2 months, we're going to be rid of this. Like, that created some urgency.
Yes, and I think that's really the distinction is that the way that it exists right now, nobody likes federal agencies, and certainly in Wyoming, very aware. We don't love when Big Brother tells us this is exactly how you ought to use these lands, when Big Brother's off in DC and they haven't even seen these lands. But at the same rate, the way the current system works is it has to go through a pretty rigorous process. It has to comply with a statute that basically says these lands need to be totally unmanageable, unfeasible, impractical for us to use in any way, shape, or form. And there has to be this public notice and comment period before the DOI or the Department of Ag can actually take action to sell. So there's better safeguards in the system, and there's no mandate for disposal in the current system. It doesn't say periodically we must sell some percentage and so on. So there's a lot more protection here, and it's not quite as let's force the issue as Mike Lee's proposal was going to be.
Let's talk about Wyoming's delegation. Idaho, I think Senator Crapo came out. Even Montana, that had the exception, the carve out, their Senate leadership came out and said, we're going to vote against this if it stays in the bill. But Wyoming, we heard kind of two things. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman said, we don't understand what's in there. Don't worry. It's not big. Your forest isn't going to get sold away. It's just small BLM parcels. And then there's this muddy notion that somehow the land was going to go to state ownership. The state wants some control of all these federal lands. It'd be better in the state's hands. We know better how to manage it. I don't know that that was the issue in this bill, or that would have been what was going on in this bill. This sounded like a sale to, the Chinese Communist Party or somebody, Jeff Bezos. I didn't see this is going to benefit Wyoming. Here's your land back, Wyoming.
No, that's a really good point. So this has always been the conversation because the Utah lawsuit that has been percolating since 2012 in one form or the other, it has always been this idea that transferring power or control of these lands from the federal government to state governments is the move. That's the best thing. That's the idea. That's the concept. That the merits of that concept I can criticize all day, but that's exactly right. That's not what this bill did. So what this bill did, and it's plain in its text, it's not confusing, it's quite clear, is it's finding a buyer. And this is not, and by the way, it's the state of Wyoming, state of Idaho, or any of these other states going to come up with cash to purchase all these things. No, of course not. So it was going to be sold to the highest bidder, but just to really drive that point home, 5% of the sale price was supposed to be kicked back to the state or local municipality. So it'd be kind of odd, and I've always thought this odd, is that if the idea was to sell it or transfer it, let's say, to state control, I mean, what does that even look like? Is it a 5% haircut on the price because you just get your money back? Or if it's a gratuitous transfer, some kind of gift, then do we lose out on 5% of the value that we should be getting back to our tax revenues? So it never made sense that way, but it was quite clear that no, it was not going to go to state control. It was going to be sold.
On a tangent to this story, let's shift gears slightly. We're talking to Casper-based attorney Ryan Semerad. The name may sound familiar. That's because he was the winning attorney in a high-profile case. Winning for now. I want to talk about the potential that SCOTUS hears this, but we're talking about the checkerboard corner crossing, the Missouri Hunters. This is BLM land, checkerboarded with private land. And I don't know, just wrap up the case, as concisely as you can. I've found this, I was rooting for the hunters all along. Not that I'm anti-private land ownership, but I saw, if you have the technology, if you got GPS, all you're violating to me is airspace. And then it's proving where your foot was last and where it's landing. This got real ticky-tack. But I don't know. What was your take? Why'd you win? How'd you win?
Yeah, so to put it in a nutshell, this goes back to what we were just talking about public lands, which is, what good is it to say it's publicly owned, public lands and public hands if you can't access it? And so our idea was just this: it's a rigorous respect for private property, but it's an equal. It's not a lesser. It's an equal respect for what it means to be a public land user, a lawful, peaceful public land user. Which is, if those lands are truly public and they're held out for multiple use, and hunting is lawful on those lands, there must be some legitimate way to access and use them, other than renting a helicopter and flying in or having to pay off the adjacent private landowner. The mechanics can get interesting. There was a ladder involved, and they stepped over the corner and never contacted private property, and all those equitable things. But at its core is this idea that the public aspect of public land requires access, and we did it in the most respectful way possible without intruding on the private landowner's rights or lands or interests, didn't damage the land. And the other side of that coin, were it to go the other way, and we'll continue to bang this drum, is an effective monopoly. It's monopolization of those public lands. If you have the means and resources to purchase adjacent private lands, well, you bought the public lands too. And we, the regular folks that like to enjoy these lands and use these lands, we don't get to. We're shut out because of you, and that's wrong. And that's the entire gist of the case.
Yeah, and private landowners were able to, probably intentionally, lock up a lot of public land. Maybe Senator Mike Lee's deal works with the checkerboard thing and the BLM thing. I mean, a big landowner could buy those parcels then. And would it work here, actually?
Yes, this whole thing is of a piece. from 2012 onward, this whole movement for the states taking over the federal public lands and the corner crossing issue and all this is of a piece. And the idea is this, that there is an implied scheme here that private owners of lands and powerful people should be able to construct mini fiefdoms within our country that should not be ours and should not be accessible by us. And there's a lot of hunters, fishermen, outdoorsmen, stargazers, campers, parents, families, voters, regular people who don't have the means and never will have the means to accomplish that. And we say that's wrong because this is a big thing these days, but we don't want to live in that world. We do not want to live in a world where there are kings roving around our lands telling us what to do.
Two more things, Ryan, and we're going to kind of jump around now when we're talking about federally managed public lands. We just discussed how we kind of like that idea. We like that Senator Mike Lee's thing is out of the big, beautiful bill. Yet we still have in the West a real tenuous relationship with the feds. Let's go to South Dakota. Heather and Charles Maud had that fight over their property line, and the feds called in the SWAT team, man. You generally don't see a federal agency making a big deal about a property line. They must have had some agenda we're not aware of. I don't know, but there's a case where that was kind of weird.
Yeah, and this is I totally oppose what took place there. I mean that prosecution shouldn't have happened. And it definitely shouldn't have happened in the way that it happened. And I think that my perspective on that case, as I understand it, is simply there must have been some idea on the prosecution side that this was going to send a message to other perhaps wrongdoers that this needs to be corrected. You can't claim what's not yours, which I guess I can agree with. That goes back to what I was just saying. You shouldn't be able to claim what's not yours. But at the same rate, and this comes from the criminal defense attorney in me, if there's a family like this family who is trying to work with you and figure out, okay, maybe there was a foot foul, we posted the wrong thing, or maybe our sign needs to be adjusted, have a conversation. Don't bring out the guns and handcuffs. And that's something that I believe in fervently. And I think that was the issue that I saw in this case, is there seemed to be some kind of ongoing dialogue to resolve this issue. And then somebody brought the hammer out. Same issue goes on with my corner crossing case, is that if there had been a conversation and maybe some kind of resolution, maybe this never happens, but instead we're going to keep crossing swords. And if that's what we need to do, we'll do it. But yes, on that case, I can't understand. But this goes to power being an issue, and we need to keep speaking up, all of us, when we see something that's going on that's wrong.
Constructive dialogue ends when they show up in Kevlar. I think.
Yep.
All right, let's take another weird turn. One last thing, and just in general, like one paragraph: Wyoming Gaming Commission state gambling laws. Are they fuzzy or what? There's a lot of room to maneuver in there for an attorney. This isn't over.
Yeah, it's a really interesting issue. What I noticed, so I had a client who was charged with illegal gambling, professional gambling, and we challenged it, and that case is going to resolve itself in a different way. But I continue to maintain that the challenge is real, which is this: look around our communities. We have decided to allow these skill-based amusement games and other casino-style slot reel machines to proliferate. They're everywhere. They're in your bowling alleys, your gas stations, all over the place. And my question is gambling illegal? Shoot, did you know online sports wagering is legal, but sports gambling is illegal? This is bizarre. We live in a world in this community where we have tacitly endorsed gambling, and it's all over the place, good or bad. And yet we're going to still prosecute people for felonies. It's a felony to engage in gambling or professional gambling. There are misdemeanor versions of the statute, but my client was charged with the felony version of it. And I have a huge issue to pick with it. Same issue. It keeps going along, which is if it's unpredictable, if it's confusing, if it's not constructive, it's a problem, and I have a problem with it. Yes.
Yeah. By their talk, the state says gambling is illegal in Wyoming. By its actions, Maybe not so. One last thing I forgot to ask you. How did you come upon the case, the corner crossing the Missouri Hunters? Did they reach out? Did you reach out? This had to be, for an attorney, this had to be one where you say, I'll take that pro bono. This is a fun fight. Because this is precedent setting, could be, certainly, if the U.S. Supreme Court hears it. How'd you find the client?
Total luck.
Yeah.
I had been here for about 18 months, and a friend of mine, another attorney, called up and said, "Hey, 4 guys got charged with corner hopping. Do you want to take one of them?" And I had no idea what corner hopping was. I'm from New York. I don't hunt or fish. And I thought it was like a cow tipping case. So I said, sure, I'll do it. And the guy called, and I got hired to do one of them, and then I filed the motion, and then a civil case came. I used to be a civil litigator, and the 4 of them asked me if I would continue to represent all 4 of them, and I said yes. And it truly just fortunate that I answered the phone.
And one last thing. One last thing. Well, I'm like Columbo when he's one more thing. Can you confirm for me? In New York, we say Albany. In Wyoming, we say Albany County. I don't know. And Albany County, Wyoming, got its name from Albany, New York. So say it right. It's Albany.
I say Albany.
So do I. All right. Well, we've solved the world problems. That was easy. See what you can do with one good attorney. All right. Ryan Semerad joining the conversation this morning. Thanks for being up this year early. I usually can't get a hold of people at this hour.
I'm always up. I'm ready to do it. So thanks for the invitation.
You bet. Thanks, buddy. Have a great day.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily, Ryan Semerad. That was awesome. Let's get Greg Johnson into the discussion right after this break.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, we're back in studio. Greg Johnson, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. He's the guy who fixes all the words that are not correct. He helps writers shape their thoughts when writers get scatterbrained. Crucial, pivotal role. And he's also a big Rockies fan.
Yeah.
Oh, you're two for
and
three.
I love the Brady Bunch, too. They're pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Dude.
Did you see that reel?
Yes.
That they put together? That's great.
Yeah, it was cute. Yes, they edited it great. I didn't realize that I was that frustrated with Abby. I mean, I generally cheer for Abby to do well. I want her to do well on trivia, but
no, that was
strong.
That was good.
I strongly suspected she was Googling. She was Googling through you, or yeah. Another
couple of times. Most of them I just knew, and I just texted them to her.
The ultimate fact checker. Yeah, and the whole behind the scenes texting. That's what stall for time while I look up the Brady Bunch's dog's name. You probably already just knew that one, though. Yeah, that was very disappointed in Abby. You, I expected no less, but Abby, I hold to a higher standard. Oh, boy.
Now, every time, in the rare instance when she actually does get one right, you're not going to trust it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You've opened that door now. Now we can never celebrate a correct answer from Abby because it'll always come with a little bit of hesitation, like, no. Let me see your text.
Almost all the time, I'm usually pretty busy at that time. I'm not. I have to go back and watch it later because that's usually a time when, I'm deep in it. So
yeah. Well, I think this week we'll have Abby she'll have to have her phone in a visible place. We'll have to see her phone. Surrender the phone. That's the only way we're going to know.
To be like this the whole time.
No phone, no, and her eyes better be locked on the screen.
Wearing a blindfold.
Right. Well, maybe you and I were the only guys not invited to Bezos's wedding. I should have been DJing it. I
just didn't think it would be a big deal.
Oh, you kept it on the down low.
Yeah.
Were you the one dancing with Sydney Sweeney till 2 a.m. or was that Tom Brady?
Yeah, that was me wearing a Tom Brady mask. I get mistaken for Tom Brady when I go out in public all the time.
Wow.
It's pretty frustrating.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's pretty deflating.
Bezos' 3-day wedding, $55 million, whatever he spent on that thing. I guess he wasn't ready to shell out the money for entertainment, which, coming from that industry as a wedding DJ, that's frustrating when I see the bride and groom or the bride's father paying for this and that. They're buying a $4,000 wedding cake. Spare no expense except when it comes to the DJ, and we got a nickel and dime the entertainment. Like, come on. Bezos apparently turned down Lady Gaga's offer to sing at his wedding. Her price was reportedly too high for Bezos. Whoa. I wonder what Gaga wanted. I would have done it for half whatever she wanted. But I was already booked.
I don't know. It was probably all the vegans in attendance who that didn't like her meat suit.
Yeah. Boy, still the community that I'm in, Jackson's still reeling from the loss of Flo McCall. She was special. Zach was here, I guess, on Sunday. Saturday. Okay. And yeah, big turnout for her memorial. I just can't believe it. Of all the people, I mean, it wouldn't have been good to hear anybody's name when you heard, a biker got hit by a suspected drunk driver and killed, like hit hard, like, ooh, she flew hundreds of yards. Oh, and it wouldn't have been good to hear anybody's name after that statement, but to hear it was Flo McCall, it was a gut punch. She was pretty cool. Great photographer. I've seen her at weddings, worked with her. She didn't do a bunch of weddings later on. She was master of lighting, real good photographer. But more important, she was the kind of person that could navigate all user groups. Like she could hang with the hippies. She did the ski crowd thing. She could rub elbows with millionaire and billionaires. Like she navigated all walks of life easily, effortlessly. What a woman. Zach captured her well. I'm sure Zachary did not know her like we know her growing up, but he really did capture her well in that story. Good job by Zach.
Yeah, he talked to a lot of people, including her son.
Yeah.
And it says something that I mean, the church was packed. It was overflowing out into the foyer, and the foyer was full and it was overflowing outside, and people were like standing outside, open windows to listen to it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's something, because you tell Jacksonites that they mandatory attendance on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Everybody wants to run out and play. You want to be on the lake. You want to be on the golf course. You want to be in the mountains on a bike trail. Like, it's tough to get people to show up, put on a jacket, and go to something like that on a beautiful Saturday. Yeah. Go with the flow. Zach, when he's not hanging out in Jackson, he's drinking in a dive bar in Shoshone. Lucky five. I'm glad he went. I've never gone in. I've never really been in Shoshone for any amount of time. I mean, it's just a drive through kind of town. Drive slow, drive the speed limit. But I've never had occasion to stop in. I've never been inclined to stop in there, but I'm glad Zach did and lived through it.
Yeah. So Mike Lee finally gave up on the public lands plan.
Yeah. Dude, he had to have received lots of talking to. Senator Barrasso with the whip. I'm sure Barrasso whipped him a lot. Lots of whipping. There was no support. There was tacit support from our Wyoming delegation. And I think in the days moving forward, we have to ask hard questions of Senator Lummis and Barrasso and Congresswoman Harriet Hageman on why they, Hageman is the only one who came out and said a few things like, well, be careful what you think is in this piece of legislation. There's a lot of misinformation, but otherwise there was not much. It was crickets from our Senate, which is weird because Idaho came out against. Montana, even with their carve out, said we're not voting for this thing. Where were our people?
Yeah. Well, what was interesting is that there's that letter from those 5 House Republicans who said, look, if you send the one big beautiful bill back to us with this in it,
yeah,
we're voting down the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that would be a death sentence because it only passed the House by 1 vote to get there.
Yes.
To get to the Senate.
Yes.
And So they don't have the votes.
There were many reasons.
Give up.
Yeah. Obviously, there's a groundswell against, which doesn't always influence a politician. They can turn a blind ear to that if they wanted to. It was the internal Washington, D.C. groundswell that I think Senator Mike Lee heard. He saw the numbers at the House. He didn't have numbers when it bounced back there. And he saw the numbers in his own chamber. And the Senate Danes in Montana said, me and a couple of my buddies are going to shoot this down. He didn't. I think he did the math.
I think it was the people. I think they didn't. It was their. It's politics.
Yeah.
I mean, the other Republican senators weren't saying much about it until the people started speaking up and saying, "Hey, wait a minute, we don't want this." And it wasn't just Democrats; it was Republicans too. It was pretty bipartisan. People saying, "Hey, we don't want this," and so playing politics, he's like, "Hey, look, this is what our people are saying. Now we're going to be against it." And Lee lost any support. And then instead of right away saying, "Oh, okay, yeah," he should have just said, "Look, I screwed up. I shouldn't have done it like this. I should have just proposed it as a separate bill or whatever." He doubled down and said, "Okay, well, I'll change it." And then everybody's like, "Well, no, we don't want to change. We don't want it at all." And it just became a bigger thing. And yeah, it was. I think it was. The Idaho senators, they didn't speak up until everybody started saying, crying foul on it. And then they're like, okay, this is what our guys are saying. And, when your whole state is rising up against something, you have more loyalty to the people who elected you than you have to someone representing another state. So.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the power of the people began the ball rolling. But in the end, I don't think it was so much Senator Lee saying, boy, they had this big rally protest in Laramie. He only cares about Utah pretty much. And I think the pressure he got in D.C. is what did it. You didn't see POTUS. Trump wasn't back. Usually, Trump will take a stand on side. He just said he wanted that big, beautiful bill passed or nobody goes golfing, nobody goes on vacation, but he didn't really weigh in on that particular piece. So there was no one behind him. Lee had zero support. His fellow lawmakers were not supporting him very much and probably behind closed doors telling him, get that thing out of there. You're holding up the whole show.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a break. What's happening with you?
I got to take off, but I do appreciate seeing you in the morning. And I don't know. You're better than me, Jake, starting off 6 a.m. with talking to a lawyer. I'm just kidding. He was great. He was really good.
It's never a good time. Yeah. There's no amount of Red Bull and vodka can get me ready to talk to an attorney. But Ryan's great.
He's like, well, Jake, I got to serve you with something.
Yeah. 6:05. And there's a lawyer.
Consider yourself served.
You're right. Yeah, I did think of that too. But Ryan's a good guy. He made it go well. All right. Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Oops, I don't want that. Cowboy State Daily show continues with, we do have another attorney coming up. Oops. But only fun ones. That's our policy here at the Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. If we're going to talk law and if we're going to talk to attorneys, it's only going to be fun. It's my promise to you. We'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're going to get a weather check for you on this Monday, June 30. June has 30 days, so this will be it for June. We'll start July tomorrow. Just so you know, just in case you don't have a calendar handy. Casper, sunny, 84, and that's kind of going to be the trend across the state. Sunny and low 80s for just about everybody. Lander, yeah, same, sunny, 84. Glenrock, you're getting cheated. You'll only hit 81 today. Evanston, sunny, 84. Rock Springs, sunny, 85. Kemmer, sunny, 84. Pinedale, sunshine with highs around 80. You'll tap out 85 in Afton with plenty of sun. Pushing 80 in Du Bois with sunshine today. Jackson, sunny, 85. Thermopolis, sunny with highs in the upper 80s. Sunny and 84 in Cody. Buffalo, sunny, highs near 79. Sunny and 84 in Sheridan. Gillette, sunshine, 79. 77 and sunny in Newcastle today. Torrington, Gradually getting sunny. Got to burn off a few early clouds. 82 the high today. 80 in Wheatland. Sunshine. Chance of rain in Cheyenne. The only place to spoil the whole picture. What's wrong with Cheyenne and Laramie? Chance of rain, but gradually becoming sunny with 75 the high. Chance of rain in Laramie, though. Sunny and 74. Those two cities bucking the trend. Sunny and 82 in Rawlins, and you guessed it, Saratoga, sunny, 84. Sunny and 84. When we have Don Day on later in the show with the day weather forecast, I think it'll be a short conversation. I'll say, Don, sunny and 84, and he'll say, yep, and that'll be it. Short segment with Don Day today. Probably. Well, what else is? Tons of news over the weekend. I'm trying to figure out what I should get to first. Let's say, obviously, the topic of the day is Senator Mike Lee waving the white flag, gives up on the public land sell-off plan. The story by Sean Berry, along with Claire McFarland, providing the local color for Cowboy State Daily. Utah Senator Mike Lee has pulled the controversial public land sell-off plan that he tucked into the big, beautiful bill, which totals, I'm told, 944 pages, something like that. Let's see, 940 pages. And the Democrats, in an attempt to delay passage of the bill, they don't like it. Every Democrat voted against it in the House. Every Democrat's voting against it in the Senate. Democrats just, if it's got Trump's name on it, it's not going to get a Democrat vote. Unless it was something, super simple. This is too big, too complex, and Trump's done too much grandstanding about it to get a Democrat vote. Not at this point. He's been banging a podium, pass this thing. The more he insists it get passed, the more Democrats don't even need to read it. They'll just push the 940 pages away and say, nope, you sound way too gung-ho about this thing. That must mean we're going to vote against it. Yeah, you're not going to get a Democrat vote. But in an attempt to delay the whole deal, and I don't mind this at all, honestly. I don't know if it was so much an attempt to delay that the Democrats pulled, but they forced the clerks to read the entire bill aloud. How long do you think that would take? 940 pages of the bill. It took clerks, plural, more than one, because they gave one laryngitis and another one had to stop for water breaks. And I don't know how many clerks it took. How many clerks does it take to read the big, beautiful bill? But I do know it took 15 hours and 55 minutes. 16 hours. If it was an attempt to delay a vote, maybe. But I think more importantly, it was making sure everybody read it. How many times have you heard that one of your representatives, one of your electeds said, wow, that bill is huge. I didn't read all of it. I didn't know that was in there. I have people on my staff that read it and will alert me if there's anything objectionable. But who can read 940 pages? That's what I fear on both sides of the aisle probably happen when you get a bill like this. This bill's gigantic. Did you read it all? Well, let's make sure, said the Democrats. We're going to have the clerk read it to you, which I guess is a legal move, a legal stunt, right up there with filibustering. We're going to read this whole bill to make sure you've read it. 16 hours of reading that. Oh, my. Can you imagine the mind-numbing procedure of 16 hours of reading that? And you had to be in the chamber, in your seat, sit down and listen to the bill. You couldn't be in the bathroom. 16 hours of reading I could do in 3 trips to the bathroom. Ask my wife. When I go in there, it's for a while. She sometimes has to knock on the door. You all right in there? I'm like, yeah, I'm just reading. That's the one play, and every guy will tell you this. I'm talking to the ladies right now, you wives or you girlfriends that cohabitate. When guys go in the bathroom, it is perfectly normal for us to miss everything when we're standing up peeing. That's for sure. I don't know how I got off topic here, but it's early in the morning. I want to defend every guy out there, every husband. When the wife says, can you aim? No, we can't. A bowl, it's a long way away. And sometimes we don't know where it's going until it goes. Honestly, it's not like aiming, we don't have laser pointer. Sometimes, yeah. And if we're doing the sit down business, there's more involved than just the business. That's our happy place. That's our place to go. It's like the women with taking a Calgon bath. The wife, the mom gets time away from the kids. It's my 45-minute bath and the kids don't bother me. Don't talk to mom when she's in the bath. You get your bath with candles. A guy's version of the bath is going number 2 and bringing a book. And I could read this 940-page bill in like 3 trips to the bathroom. Like 8 hours each or 4. Yeah, that's our time to just decompress physically and mentally. Decompress. All right, let's get serious here. We can't just talk about going into the bathroom. Renee's story about this is a good story. Why is Wyoming so attractive to millionaires? I saw a map the other day that showed percentage of billionaires in each state. And predictably, it was kind of high in California, kind of high in, other states, Florida, New York. Wyoming, it was startlingly high. You looked at Colorado, Utah, Idaho, Montana. Montana was a little bit high. And you looked at neighboring states and it was like, yeah. And then you looked at Wyoming, you're like, wow, what percentage of millionaires live in Wyoming? And I mean live like they purport to live. They have a home here. Why is it? Did Yellowstone, the TV series, suddenly make everybody pick up, buy a cowboy hat and move out west? Kinda. That was one big reason. But for the uber wealthy who know what they're doing, it's the lack of income tax. It's dynasty trusts, 1,000-year dynasty trusts. There's no tax on capital gains. That's huge. Capital gains tax, huge for people with a lot of wealth. And the fact that you can pass it down generation to generation, 1,000-year dynasty trust. Some states do eternal. Not that anything's eternal on this world, but some states do perpetual, no end date to dynasty trust. In effect, Wyoming has a de facto forever dynasty trust, 1,000 years. And then you can also jimmy that and get another 1,000. So yeah, there's there's financial concerns for why you would want to be here. Attracting wealthy landowners. Wyoming's real estate market has always had an allure, Renee writes, and it's not just Jackson. Wyoming as a state, very attractive to wealthy home buyers. Latham Jenkins chimes in on the story. He's an associate broker with Live Water Properties, works with many of these type of buyers. Jenkins says buyers are realizing Wyoming isn't just a scenic escape. It's a strategic one, and that can't be emphasized enough. We'll talk more about this later because I'm running out of time, but it's a big reason why Wyoming sees so many millionaire billionaires move to the state. Strategic. I mean, they might like the lifestyle and the whole West, but yeah, that's just sort of the icing on the cake. The cake is they can have their cake and eat it. We'll be back after top of the hour break. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Just days ahead of the first phase of payouts in a new school choice program built to give $7,000 toward private schools or homeschool programs for Wyoming students, a Cheyenne-based judge on Friday temporarily blocked the action. The Wyoming Education Association and 9 parents of public school children asked Laramie County District Court Judge Peter Froelicher this month to block the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Act from going into effect altogether during the group's challenge against it. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that WEA calls the program unconstitutional and harmful to families of public school children who may not be accepted into private schools.
The argument is the judge going to block this law throughout the case? Is it going to block this program throughout the case so that it can't go into effect at least until this case is over? And they both argued either way, but in the end, Judge Froelicher did neither thing. He instead was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a temporary restraining order. So we're just going to hit pause while I figure out if I'm going to block this law throughout the entire case.
The payouts to applicants were scheduled to begin Tuesday, July 1st. A 21-year-old Star Valley woman and equipment manager for the University of Wyoming football team died Thursday in a lawnmower accident. Kimberly Choma's father, Bob, said his daughter had been doing grounds maintenance on a property at the time of the accident. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the loss hit her family and the UW Athletics Department particularly hard.
What we understand on Thursday is that she was mowing some property, and apparently her dad told me that the lawnmower shifted and it overturned on top of her and claimed her life. And really sadly that her dad is the one that discovered her. But also from the football team at the University of Wyoming, I was able to talk to a player there who said she was a tremendous teammate, is what he called her, and said that the loss is going to be a long time getting over.
Star Valley High School teacher and football coach McKay Young said Kimberly represented, quote, what all of us aspire to be. Leslie Ann Schaefer has put 100,000 miles on her 2019 Subaru, photographing Wyoming from its rarely traveled back roads. But Lee is now homebound with terminal cancer and can only take photos from her backyard. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that her adopted home of Thermopolis has rallied to make her final days special.
She has just all these people that are not just praying for her, but showing up, making sure she's comfortable, and making sure her cat has a good home. Because that was a big concern of hers, is to make sure Teddy went to a good place. And she's also making sure her pictures go to a great place. One of the things that Lee made sure of is that people got to see Wyoming for the beauty of it. She went down all these back roads and she explored for the last 5 years incredible things.
Despite the places on her list that she didn't make it to, the 72-year-old has seen a lot of unique places and strongly encourages others to get off the main highways to experience what Wyoming is really all about. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Well, at the Lucky 5 Lounge in Shoshone, the regulars can tell if you're an out-of-towner the second you walk through the door. But unlike other dive bars where locals can be territorial or suspicious, Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag discovered that the folks at the Lucky 5 are instantly warm and trusting.
You pop in there, you don't know anybody. By the time you leave, doesn't matter if you stay for 10 minutes or a couple of hours, you're going to feel like you have a brand new bunch of very close friends. They're intimate, they're friendly, they're warm, and they are willing to be vulnerable and share their stories. And they're also willing to grab your hand and pull you into a dance if that's your thing. It's the only bar in town. It's surrounded by crumbling buildings and vacant lots and closed businesses, but they are staying strong and they're having a good time for the meantime.
By first impressions, the people funneling through Lucky 5 Lounge have a lot in common. They're jaunty but hospitable, hardened through experience, but unafraid to show their hearts. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Yeah, I remember I promised by tomorrow, we start July, we start a new month. I'm going to start new sound beds. I'm getting tired of these. The new music coming up for tomorrow, if I can do it. We'll see. I sort of promise, I pinky promise, with my other hand, fingers crossed, promise, I'll get different music. I'm checking out what stories have resonated with readers in the Cowboy State Daily. One of the top stories, but not the top, obviously, is the public land sales. Senator Mike Lee waves white flag, gives up on public land sell-off plan. That's generating a ton of interest, a lot of comments, a lot of clicks and readers. So, too, is the story about the photographer in Thermopolis. Jackie Dorothy introduced us to Leslie Ann Schaefer. Just call her Lee. And how she's traveled. She's put 100,000 miles on her 2019 Subaru photographing Wyoming. And her photographs, Jackie profiled her months ago. I'm trying to think of when that was. I want to say that was back like last December, I think. And now, boy, what a difference a few months make. She had some issues, went into the hospital, and was surprised as anyone to get a diagnosis about cancer. Yeah, I just can't imagine. One day she's driving, the 72-year-old, driving. She puts miles on, and she drives the back roads. She strongly encourages everybody, get out, get off the main drag, get off the big interstates, and go see some back road Wyoming, and then you'll see the real Wyoming. Good advice. And she has captured it for many of us who don't get out as much as she did. She's captured it for us in photographs. And especially for people who don't live here or used to live here and no longer do, or have never lived here and maybe be inspired to move here, visit here. Her photographs been influential. They're really, really cool. Places like she sees that you may never get to because you might not have known they're there. So, yeah, this all came on suddenly for Lee. Cancer diagnosis. May 10th, she went out to Anchor Dam to get some photos. It was really smoky in the Owl Creek Range, wildfire going on. And the smoke was so toxic. All the way home, she was driving and had this coughing fit. And finally, by end of May, she had such difficulty breathing. She went in the hospital and she said, I can't breathe. I need oxygen. They did a CT scan, found a 2.5 centimeter mass in her upper left lung lobe. By the second week of June, another scan revealed pancreatic cancer, lung cancer, and 3 lymph nodes also involved. Oh. Schaefer had beaten cancer once before. She knows what's involved. She knows what it takes. And she said, look, I'm just going to let this play out. I'm going to stay home. She's not going to do chemo or biopsy or radiation. She said, I just opted for comfort care until it's my time to leave this earth. No more photos from Schaefer getting out there anyway, but she's still with us. We're trying to get her on the show, see if she'll come on and talk. She has good days and bad, but unfortunately, the news for this 72-year-old is not as bright as where we left off with her last. Jackie did that story on her back last year, and it was so cool. Thousands of scenic photos she's taken. Shared them with Wyoming Through the Lens, our favorite Facebook page. And yeah, she's been a godsend to people who want to experience Wyoming, at least through photos and driving the back roads. But unfortunately, a turn toward cancer. And, well, we'll be thinking of Leslie Ann Schaefer for sure. Good story from Jackie Dorothy. Jackie will be on tomorrow. Is tomorrow a Jackie Day? I think it is. And we'll talk about that. And maybe we can get Leslie Ann on. We'll try. But the trending story, as I was saying, that story, along with the public land sales, Mike Lee pulling that out of the big, beautiful bill, those were two of the top stories in the Cowboy State Daily over the weekend, but none performed as well as this one. McCoy Banks is the teen is the first Cody High School student to graduate already licensed to drive big rigs, big trucks. He's got a CDL. He's got a CDL B, I think. He's still too young for his CDL A, Class A, which would allow you to drive 18-wheelers and drive cross-state lines, interstate travel. But he's got a Class B CDL, a commercial driver's license. That means he can drive, pretty, box trucks, dump trucks, whatever, big trucks, buses. There's a photo in the story of him at the wheel of a school bus driving the Park County Bronx somewhere. Go Bronx. And a more baby-faced kid you have never seen. He looks like he should be. When you see the photo of him and he's behind the wheel, you're like, hey, McCoy, get back there in your seat. Quit fooling around behind the wheel. Get back there and sit down in your assigned seat. He's driving the bus. He looks really young. Well, he is really young. He's a teenage bus driving CDL carrying kid, first Cody high school student to graduate and earn a Class B commercial driver's license through the Park 6 Classroom to Career Initiative. What a great idea. People like it. They like the story. They like that there's such a means for students to get behind the wheel, etc. It is resonating with Cowboy State Daily readers. Over 1,100 interactions, bunch of comments, and yeah, people seem to like the fact that McCoy Banks is on his way. He didn't always want to drive truck, and he's still not sure he does, but he kind of changed his mind somewhere back, and he said, I didn't really want to stick with driving crane trucks. Oh, he was driving a crane truck on a job site, and that got him interested in driving, bigger rigs. To earn a full CDL, you have to be 18 years old, pass a written test, inspection test, physical driving skills. He said he put a lot of time in with the pylons, trying to get, a school bus, trying to get a truck parked, trying to get it navigating around things. And this unique program that Cody has that allows him to spend, I think it's 90 minutes in the beginning of the class day in high school and 90 minutes at the end, 2 90-minute classes. Oh, and then shorter classes in the afternoon. So, yeah, good for him. I mean, the high school diploma is great. But the CDL, commercial driver's license, is maybe even greater. He goes right to work, straight out of high school, pulling down paychecks, and real positive news for McCoy Banks. Way to go, McCoy. Amber Steinmetz wrote that story for the Cowboy State Daily, and that's pretty cool. The top performing story, at least by interaction and engagement, of the Cowboy State Daily. Renee Jean's story about no income tax, dynasty trust, draw wealth to Wyoming, and it's not just Jackson. Finishing up thoughts on this. Why do the wealthy choose to live in Wyoming? Is it the lifestyle? In part, yes, say real estate agents. Certainly, they saw an influx of real estate sales and buyers come in after Yellowstone debuted. That was big. But mostly it's a strategic decision driven by finance. And Latham Jennings is I keep calling him Jennings. I don't know why that's stuck in my head because I know Latham. Latham Jenkins, associate broker with Live Water Properties. We should get him on. He is super knowledgeable when it comes to real estate in Jackson Hole, which is not easy to navigate. And sometimes Latham will tell you, he's like it's a zoo. But he, more than anybody I can think of, he really has his finger on the pulse. He knows why, when, where. He knows a whole bunch about Jackson Hole real estate, which is bizarro world. We all know. I mean, the dollars. He talks to Renee Jean in this story. He's like, cash buyers. Oh yeah, cash buyers going crazy. There's cash buyers on all levels of buying right now. But Jenkins, his biggest revelation was buyers are realizing Wyoming isn't just a scenic escape, he told Cowboy State Daily. It's a strategic one. With no income tax, no capital gains tax, and the ability to create perpetual dynasty trusts, it's one of the most powerful states for long-term wealth preservation. That's what attracts many, many, many buyers, high-end high leverage, wealthy buyers. No doubt. And it's not just Jackson. I mean, anywhere in Wyoming works. For instance, he had a couple of clients saying they had a short list of where they were looking to buy. And these are the kind of buyers that they don't necessarily have a piece of property in mind when they start. They don't even necessarily have a place in mind in general. And Jenkins said, I had one guy come to me and he's like, well, I'm looking at South Dakota, Wyoming, or Tennessee. That might be confusing to you or I. We might say, Tennessee, how is that similar to Wyoming? South Dakota, okay, we border that state, but what do all three have in common? Well, all three of those states have no income tax. They also have dynasty trust laws, which allow wealth to transfer across generations, free of federal gift, estate, and generation skipping taxes. South Dakota's dynasty trust is perpetual. Wyoming's is 1,000 years, Tennessee 360 years. So these are things these kind of buyers are looking for. Financial advantage, financial incentive to live somewhere. Then you start thinking about, oh yeah, and be fun to wear a cowboy hat. And Wyoming represents, freedom, a do-it-yourself kind of credo, the cowboy code, etc. But it starts with strategy. And Renee Jean has a great story about that in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's get Don Day into the forecast and start talking a little bit about weather. Let me give Don Day some music to come in, right? How about, oh yeah, that sounds kind of day weatherish. Hey, you're right.
It's got a little tinge of horror movie to it.
Well, there's going to be horror movie in the weather. I am going to go sensational again, and you're going to talk me down off the ledge. There is this cold spot in the ocean, and scientists are worried. Don, he's already disgusted.
I was wondering when you were going to bring it up.
Yeah, there's a mysterious, here's the headline. I'm not making this up. Some other wacky journalist is making this up. A mysterious blob of cold water defies warming oceans. The rest of the ocean got the memo. It's warming up. But this blob remains cold. Scientists say they now know why. And they're calling it the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation.
Just call it the AMOC.
AMOC. Thank you. The AMOC that ate the world. What is this cold blob? Because on the serious note, oceans, I mean, what percentage of the planet is water? Water influences, the oceans influence our weather for sure.
Greatly, yes.
All right.
70% of the earth is water, yes.
All right, then are we worried about the AMOC?
Okay, so there's been a lot of AOMC talk here for the last few years, and it's a current that kind of, best way to describe it, regulates how the Atlantic Ocean is going to operate in terms of where the warm water goes, the cold water goes, the Gulf Stream, that type of thing. I'm tired of this AMOC thing. There have been several papers who have completely debunked a lot of the scary articles that are out there, but it just keeps on coming. I don't know why anybody's surprised the ocean temperatures change. They do every day. And so I'm not impressed. I'm not worried. Calm down. Everything will be okay.
So you say, all right, well, I've learned to trust you. You've built a reputation of being consistently accurate.
Well, I do keep track of these things. But there's sometimes, what journalists don't do, especially with science stuff, is they don't go search the literature for something else that contradicts maybe what they're being presented to. I mean, articles like this don't make it out unless somebody promotes it, okay? XYZ journalist is not scouring scientific journals every day looking for something interesting.
Yeah.
You got to keep that in mind. So when these sensational articles come out, it's because somebody wrote it and they want it presented. Now, they might think that in their heart of hearts, this is really serious and that we need to let people know about it. But at the same time, there's also been a lot of contradictory literature out there that is saying this AMOC current and it flipping and going out is not correct because it's based on modeling.
That's why it's important where you get your news. We all know that because these stories like this begin with a underinformed or lazy journalist, and they end with an editor making decisions not on facts like, have you explored all aspects of the story? The editor thinks, that's good clickbait. That'll sell papers. That sounds great. Love the headline.
Well, did you know that in the last 3 months, the sea surface temperatures between the coast of Africa and the United States have dropped significantly? Did you hear about that?
No.
Of course you did. So, be careful. Like I said, be careful. Anybody can believe what they want to believe, but there's so much out there that you just have to be. I just have gotten to the point to where I'm so skeptical to be convinced that there's more than just one source of information before they go with it.
I bring it up just to get under your skin, Don.
And it works. You get my blood pressure up.
I know. Plus, I bring it up today because today's forecast statewide is, let me encapsulate it, sunny and 84.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty quiet, relatively cool. Now, we did have a wild weekend in northeastern Wyoming. Boy, Weston County got battered with hail Saturday night. They got belted with hail yesterday. The Torrington area, a lot of crop damage, a lot of hail, a lot of severe weather out in those eastern counties. But today we catch a break. We won't have kind of a quiet day for a day or so.
Wow, that's too bad about Wheatland, Torrington. I didn't know that. I know.
But you did know about that cold spot in the Atlantic.
Yeah, was all worried about that. My eyes are fixated on the blob. And I totally missed 90 Delta planes got grounded when hail fell on them. I think it was at Atlanta, right? Is that where they got the hail?
No, there's been a lot of hail this early summer, not only around here, but really around the country. There's been a lot of hail.
Yeah. All right. Well, no hail today. It'll be a nice day. Pretty consistent across the state. Sunny and low 80s. Kind of for everybody. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
I won't agitate you tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you only can do it once a week, okay?
Yes. Don Day with a day weather forecast. Take a quick break. We'll be right back with Rob Wallace. You don't want to miss that. Stay here.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time. but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Go to that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Well, this is a nice, relaxing play-in for Rob Wallace. Should there be more fanfare, Rob, or is this? Do we need to calm down now that Senator Mike Lee chose not to die on that hill, and we can all relax?
Well, it's very nice mood music to start Monday off, Jake. Thank you. I'm going to go back and take a nap after I get done.
I'm napping right now. Just sleepwalking through the show this morning. I guess I'm not surprised. We saw the writing on the wall, and finally Senator Lee saw the writing on the wall and pulled that mandate to sell a certain percentage of federal public land. He's started out the slow slide down the hill when he said, I hear you, I'm making adjustments. Then he pulled the Forest Service land, left just the BLM. And we speculated that behind the scenes in D.C., Barrasso was whipping him with the whip, and probably his other peers were saying, Senator Lee, this is not a good look. You're holding up the show. You think that's what finally did it?
Oh, I think that's 100% accurate read on what happened. When we talked on Friday, we were waiting to see what the parliamentarian said about was his bill germane to the great big beautiful bill. I think she eventually on Saturday said it was, after he'd trimmed it down quite a lot. But by that time, an avalanche of opposition was about ready to sweep him away. We had heard indirectly that up to 20 Republican senators had expressed concern about that proposal, which was remarkable. And I think he saw the writing on the wall and pulled it.
You know, Greg and I earlier were speculating to what degree the power of the people prevailed here. There were protests, there were demonstrations everywhere. I'm sure people are on the phone to their senators. Representative Carly Provenza here in Wyoming had a big to-do in Laramie. Do you think the groundswell of people was effective? Did that get the ball rolling upstairs to different senators and Congress people?
I think it did, Jake. It got the ball rolling, and also the merits of the idea kind of collapsed after the first level. You know, everybody can say the federal government owns too much public land. Well, that's subjective. Okay, if you agree with that, what next? You know, it defies gravity to think that the federal government's just going to say, okay, we're going to give this land back. So the next step is, how are you going to pay for it? and who's going to buy it. And I think that's where Senator Lee got tripped up. Questions about, will it be foreign ownership, billionaire ownership, corporation ownership? And he was on the defensive from day one. So if you're going to, I think the lesson here, if you're going to put that idea out before the public, you got to think it over a lot clearer than it was.
Yeah, you're right. We're talking to Rob Wallace. He's the guy who would know. He's been in the sausage factory. He's, his credentials speak for themselves. So you know how it works. Did you see? It felt like some. I don't know if it was intentional, but it did feel like some elected representatives, and I'm thinking Wyoming delegation, maybe kind of polluted the conversation because they introduced the idea that the states can run their land better. We've heard this argument long. The states can do it better than the feds. We can take care of our wildlife better. We can take care of our land better. The feds own too much. Well, they don't own, but they manage too much land in Wyoming and Idaho and Nevada. We hear this narrative, but was this Senator Lee proposal going to transfer land to the state? I think that was that was to keep our eye on that prize. And I don't know if that was the real deal here. This was a sale of land mandated to the highest bidder. What did state ownership have to do with anything?
Well, I think they're two separate issues that got muddled together into one cup of soup. But, managing public lands, it's hard, regardless whether it's the federal. I mean, look at the Columbus Peak controversy with the state land issue up in Sheridan and the gravel pit in Casper. It's complicated. And I think if this issue showed us one thing, Jake, it's that access to public lands is in the DNA of almost everybody in Wyoming. And if you start tweaking that, you better be able to go deep with what you're thinking about, or it's going to blow up in your fingers.
Good point. So another thing, how much do you know? How much inside info do you have about? We hear we had a attorney on, Ryan Semered. We've had other people on that say, also this piece of legislation was unnecessary that Senator Lee was proposing. There is already an avenue, maybe two different processes to get land from federal to, BLM to whatever, if it wants to be state or private ownership. There already is avenues there. Is that true?
100%. We talked on Friday about the example of Las Vegas. Las Vegas has specific legislation that allows BLM to sell land to Las Vegas, and the proceeds go back to conservation and recreation for the people in. So yes, and if Senator Lee has a specific problem in a specific community, do standalone legislation and solve the problem that way.
Yeah, he really seemed to be left with nobody on his side when it got down to it. It was, the Senate. I didn't know the Senate referee. I didn't even know that was a job. The parliamentary. I didn't know there was such a person, but I didn't know. Originally, she called Lee's thing out along with 6 or 7 other things that say that this shouldn't be in this bill. This is, this is a standalone, or this is meant for somewhere else. She did finally say that it would be okay to be in that reconciliation bill after Lee tweaked it.
That's just my understanding, that she approved it on Saturday. But by that time, the momentum, it just turned so harshly against the Lee proposal that even we were hearing that the White House was concerned about it, and it was upsetting the momentum on the bill with lots of other provisions in it. So, and back to your point, I think the public outcry had a big part of it. So hands off to everybody that raised their hand in Wyoming to say, I don't want to drink this whiskey.
Yeah. It was effective this time around, and unfortunately, we may be talking about a next time around. Where do we go from here? This is probably not over.
Well, he said he's going to come back, but I think he's got a terribly damaged product now. By the way, it just floated out there on its own for several weeks with people able to take pretty good shots at it, and now for it to come back, I think it comes back as a wounded animal.
Yeah,
how's that for a metaphor?
That's good. Yeah. So, I mean, well, not just Lee, but I mean, in the years to come, somebody else, and just kind of repackaging this, rebranding it, making it more palatable, maybe, targeting just BLM, maybe being more specific, but it's not over yet. The idea of moving federal lands to somebody who's got money, whether it's to pay down the national debt or whatever the reason, the idea that the feds have too much land under their management and their portfolio and would love to sell some of it, that'd be nice. I think that issue, that's not going away.
I think it's been around as long as I've been interested in public policy. It's been around for generations and probably be around for generations more. But what does that mean? Too much federal land. What does that mean? And how do you address that problem if you think there is too much federal land?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We saw that about a year ago with the deliberation on the Kelly parcel. I knew in Teton County there'd be a lot of citizens concerned about that parcel staying in part of Grand Teton National Park for the migratory corridors and the scenic value. But traveling around the state, there were 10,000 people that commented on that and wanted that protected for access. And again, it goes back to, it's in the DNA of people in Wyoming. And be careful if you decide to, muddle your way into that debate.
Yeah, that certainly was a surprise. I wasn't surprised to see a packed house in Jackson Hole when that Kelly parcel thing came up. Whenever they had a press conference or a meeting, I mean, packed, standing room only. But how it played to the rest of the state, who maybe have just only visited Grand Teton National Park, maybe never visited, but it just rankled. You're right, boy. That touches people whenever you mess around with their access to public land. You better be ready for a fight, I guess.
Bring your A game.
Yeah. All right, Rob. Appreciate you being on.
Good to see you, Jake. As always.
Good to see you too. That's Rob Wallace, former what was your deal with the Department of Interior? You were like the number 2 guy. You Fish and Wildlife Service. You were the boss of a lot of people.
Well, on the business card, it said Assistant Secretary for Fish and Wildlife and Parks, which was the National Park Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the 2 best agencies at Interior, in my opinion.
Yes. All right. I'm with that. Thanks. Have a great Monday.
Yeah. Take care, Jake.
And a
Good
great
to see you.
4th coming up. Yeah. Rob Wallace joining the conversation, and yes, that Senator Mike Lee proposal is dead, at least for now, looks to be the case. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Yeah, getting back at it. Monday, it's Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. What kind of madman sets a wildfire with the intent of then picking off the firefighters responding with a sniper-style ambush in Idaho? It's just sick. This happened Sunday afternoon. The story AP is reporting we still don't have an ID on the shooter as of this minute. I don't think we do. Yeah, I don't, Idaho shooting. Yeah, I don't think we've ID'd the shooter yet. But here's what we know so far. What began as a routine response to a brush fire in northern Idaho, Canfield Mountain. Report of a fire, brush fire, firefighters responding. 2 of them were shot. 3 were shot in total, 2 dead. And if you listen to the 911 call, there was the firefighters themselves made the call to 911 saying, we're taking fire. Not we're putting out fire. We're taking fire. And you can hear the voice of one of the guys who's called this dispatch. And he's definitely worked up. And he's trying to make it clear to the 911 dispatch, dispatch has got to be so confused. This doesn't happen every day. You're a 911 operator, and you're probably aware that there's been a fire. In fact, you probably helped dispatch the firefighters to this reported fire. So then to have a 911 call coming in from one of the firefighters saying, we're taking fire. That had to be really confusing. And you can hear the guy's voice trying to make it clear what's going on. Like, they're shooting at us. Somebody's shooting at us. We got man down, at least one down. Yeah, that call was scary. I heard it. The gunman is believed to have started the fire on purpose just so he could target responding firefighters. And that's the sickest part of it is, well, you always wonder what motivates someone who goes on a shooting rampage. You know, if it's going postal, it's understandably your job there that caused you to go crazy and then one day walk in and start gunning down all your coworkers. I'm not saying it's right. That's awful. It's as awful as anything, but you can at least make the mind leap. You can connect dots and say, all right, that person went postal because of their job. If it's some school shooting, it was a teacher or a bully in class, and you're going to show everybody, your teachers and your classmates, how tough you are. That, you know, you could see why. I don't see why here. And it's the total randomness of some acts of violence that are really shocking and make no sense to investigators. The perfect crime is the random one, right? When you kill someone you have no connection with, you don't know them, you didn't have a beef with them. Those are the hardest cases to solve. But figuring out the why of this, is this guy a former firefighter? Did he get turned down for a job to be a wildland firefighter? What's his issue with firefighters, if any? Or was he just looking for an opportunity? He's just some crazy loon. He's obviously crazy, whoever this is. At one point, the attack prompted an enormous response. The governor of Idaho called it a heinous act. He called out everybody he was boss of with a gun. There were 300 law enforcement total at one point looking for, exchanging fire with this guy. There's no way this guy was getting out of there. He was holed up somewhere on the mountain with a clear shot, and the word from Idaho Governor Brad Little, the words from everybody he was boss of was, do what you got to do, exchange fire, take this guy out. Even a total of roughly 300 law enforcement officials ended up taking part in the attack, including Idaho National Guard, the FBI. Washington, D.C. offered assistance. I mean, I don't know if it was Trump himself, but D.C. said, what do you need? Is this resolved? If you need anything, let us know. We got to shut this down. A SWAT team finally located what they called, quote, a deceased male at about 7:40 on Sunday night on Canfield Mountain. Officials traced a cell phone signal picked up earlier to the location. Oh, so this guy probably called in the fire from his cell phone. Well, he's either dumb or he was never intending to get away with it. That's what it sounds like. Because he's got to know they can ping the cell phone. So he probably called in the fire, I would imagine. That's how they had his cell phone signal. They pinged it, and he was right there where he made the call. The firearm was found nearby, matched the caliber of bullet that hit all the firefighters. 3, there's 1 injured, 2 dead. And there's no word on how the male became deceased. He definitely took fire, exchanged fire with law enforcement. Did somebody shoot him or did he shoot himself? Don't know. Don't know who it is either. But it is resolved, this shooting. And for a while, it dominated the news cycle. And sad to see, in places that I look for news, it's now moving down the list of importance and news items. It's now trending out of the top 10 behind such important things as the best and worst dressed at the Bezos wedding. Isn't it more important that Americans read the news? 2 firefighters killed in sniper-style ambush in Idaho. Oh, I know it's horrific. It's not fun to read. Maybe you do need an eye break from reading news like that, and you want to see who was the best dressed at the Bezos wedding. Okay. Or how about the dad that jumped off a cruise ship after his daughter fell off it? How did she fall off this thing? His daughter is like 4 years old, I want to say. How old is she? You know, obviously they have plexiglass. This cruise ship is the Disney Dream, and it has plexiglass all around the upper decks, all the decks. So it'd be very difficult to get over that, I would assume, and fall off. But somehow this girl did. I think the girl fell overboard from the 4th deck of the ship. Golly. And dad immediately launched himself overboard to save her. Meanwhile, Disney Dream cruise ship says they were on it pretty fast as well. In fact, they're congratulating themselves for a quick rescue. Dad went in right after her, said eyewitnesses. The girl fell. I still want to try to find her age. I thought I saw she was 4, but that's pretty young. Boy, I can't believe she survived falling from the 4th deck down to the water. The Disney Dream was pulling into port in Florida after a 3 or 4 day cruise in the Bahamas, 4-night cruise. It was pulling into Fort Lauderdale at the time, Sunday afternoon, when the incident took place. So the girl falls in. Dad immediately jumps in after her. And then not long after that, just less than a minute, I think, the announcement went out right after the incident. Loudspeakers said, MOB, man overboard, port side, MOB, port side. And that scrambled, emergency crews. They had a boat in the water real fast, and they did rescue both dad and daughter. Wow. Well, good job, Disney Dream. How did she fall? Dad being hailed as a hero. This story and these eyewitness accounts don't say whether, what role did dad jump off and then get to her? I would think so. And then the boat came to rescue the both of them. Some kind of raft or some boat from the Disney cruise. Crazy. We're going to talk later with David Madison about these robo-taxis. Yeah, robo-taxis are here. They've already been tested in some markets in California where traffic is so crazy. I think you test stuff in Southern California like a robo-taxi because the robot can't possibly drive worse than everybody else. Everyone is driving impatiently or badly or whatever. It's a free-for-all driving in Southern California. Combination of speed, yeah, there's some excess speed, and a combination of no speed, traffic jams. But whatever, it is proving grounds to be a driver. Boston drivers are awful and impolite. New York drivers are aggressive, as you can imagine, but surprisingly polite, I will tell you. But Southern California is on a whole nother level. If you can drive in SoCal, you can drive anywhere. So it'd be perfect to test robo-taxis there, because if you were following one, you wouldn't know whether, look at this idiot. Dad, it would be the same whether there was no one behind the wheel or someone behind the wheel. They're responsive to following the robo-taxi. If it did something weird, look at this idiot, you would say. And at least there's no idiot there. So, it's a victimless allegation made by everybody's frustrated frustration with robo-taxis. But they're coming to Wyoming. The day is coming. Autonomous driving is coming to Wyoming, say the industry analyst. But the same industry experts admit that time is not now. They're not ready yet for prime time, mainly because robo-taxis aren't necessary in Wyoming. There's very few populated places where they work, and robo-taxis wouldn't be able to figure out snow and ice and winter. Basically, winter is stopping the robo-taxi dead. They can't figure out, robo-taxi, I guess, presumably cannot figure out surface, traction. And even though I thought your car can kind of do that by itself almost. But robo-taxis, are they coming to Wyoming? Not anytime soon, not needed, and would find things tough here. But if they can drive in California, they'll be here soon. You watch. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network, top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Utah Senator Mike Lee late Saturday dropped his bid to sell public lands for housing. But President Donald Trump and congressional Republicans are still on the defensive over their signature legislation in which Lee had inserted the language. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Lee's provision had drawn significant bipartisan opposition, a rarity in the nation's capital.
And this is after just outcry from Western states, people across the political spectrum, some Republicans on the House side. He referenced this is due to misinformation. And there was some misinformation where people were blasting maps that showed quite a bit of public lands when it was a little more defined in the bill. But the bill lacked specificity for a lot of people, and it didn't have a local kill switch, which was what Wyoming legislators disliked about it.
Even with Lee's language gone from the bill, the massive tax and spending package advanced 51 to 49, but still faces headwinds in the Senate before a final vote by that chamber. Her name was Florence, but everyone called her Flo, which had double meaning for a woman who lived life in constant motion. Florence McCall Phillips was a generational figure in Teton County, where for 30 years she lived an outsized life of adventure, athleticism, and art. Her death last week at the hands of a suspected drunk driver has devastated the Jackson community, and Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that hundreds turned out for her funeral Saturday.
Just the sheer volume of people that came out to honor her this weekend at St. John's Episcopal Church in Jackson Hole was stunning. After the pews and the overflow filled up, the hallways filled up and the foyer filled up. And then they gathered on the steps out front of the church. And there were tears and there were hugs and there was laughter.
The hundreds of people who knew and loved McCall remember the 58-year-old as a woman who defied conventional narratives. Her passion and audacity appeared to increase with age, and the more she took on new challenges, the more new challenges she craved to take on. An infamous castle mansion in Billings, Montana is back on the market, and your $26.9 million buys more than its 10 bedrooms and 19 bathrooms. The nearly 31,000 square foot palatial estate also comes with an indoor shooting range, movie theater, bowling alley, and, as Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports, a notorious story that involves a huge coal industry scam, fake kidnapping, and rogue biker gang.
This place has an amazing history, and it was bought after the original owner was found guilty of defrauding a couple of doctors in Casper and some other investors through his work in the coal industry. According to federal documents, which go on and on, he defrauded several people, built this mansion. It's rebooting itself. It doesn't want to be called the castle anymore, apparently. It wants to be called the Montana Chateau. Hey, for $27 million, you should be able to call it whatever you want.
And while rebranding makes sense, whoever ends up with the Montana Chateau won't just get an amazing mansion, they'll also have one heck of a story to tell. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances. And you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent. Head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
There's a grizzly approaching. Your vehicle is locked, but the window's open, and you're caught between a bear and a hard place. What do you do? Well, if you're the Grand Teton tourist who found himself in that situation earlier this month, you take the closest way out. You go for the open car window. Cowboy State Daily's Andrea Rossi says that's the story behind one of the most absurd incidents witnessed in Grand Teton National Park in recent years.
The individual got out of their car. They genuinely did not know that there was a male grizzly huffing his way over to the road. He didn't hear the calls and shrieks telling him to go to safety. How he didn't, I don't know, but that's what the people at the scene said. And then when he realized the danger he was in, he sought sanctuary in a safe space. And he would have done it in a more dignified way if a more dignified way was available, but the door was locked, the window was open, so that's the route he took. And I don't think you can fault him for seeking immediate shelter in a scary situation.
There's being bear aware, and then there's doing whatever it takes to avoid a bear once you're aware. Rossi says this guy gets points for execution at the very least. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms, but then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Madison.
Good morning.
Good morning. David Madison's with us. He might be in that Chico Saloon. Are you still there?
No, I was a couple Fridays ago.
Okay.
You do not have to twist my arm to go down to Chico.
No, man.
Been hanging out there for quite a while. It was it's under new ownership, so everyone was wondering if things would be changed over the last year. Initial reports are good that it's kind of stayed pretty much the same. Some prices went up a little bit, but not some big overhaul. And yeah, I caught it right. Chico Hot Springs, it's a resort just north of Yellowstone's entrance at Gardner. And it's wedding season. And so the whole place was just filled with, you could tell people were showing up on a Friday night, getting ready for the wedding weekend. And I caught some folks who had just attended a wedding that morning. And yeah, really enjoyed myself. And I guess it was interesting that whoever I talked to, love was the topic somehow, good, bad. One woman had just broken off a marriage proposal and was supposed to be getting married the next day, but had broken the engagement. And so she had one point of view. And then there was a young man there looking for love on the dance floor. So yeah, it was fun to hang out with those folks.
Love is in the air in Chico Saloon, Chico Hot Springs. This is the place everybody goes to, the watering hole. Funky honky tonk Chico Saloon. Wedding bells ringing for many. I don't know what it is about this place is so wedding. I was over the weekend. What is this where Bezos got married or no? There was other weddings. Okay.
No.
All right. I DJ'd 3 weddings in a row last weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Wow.
So it is wedding season and Chico. But of all this wedding stuff, Chico Saloon is noted for a wedding that eventually happened. It took a little while, but Jeff Bridges, is this story true?
This is part of local legend. Yeah. If you haven't seen the film Rancho Deluxe, it's worth experiencing. It's a weird one.
Yeah.
Shot in the 70s. And yeah, the story goes that he told, you don't lie to Oprah, right? Jeff Bridges told the story to Oprah Winfrey and said, yeah, he was there and he couldn't take his eyes off this one woman who actually had a broken nose and black eyes from a car accident. But he still found her so alluring that he asked her out and she said, no, thanks at first. And then they ran into each other later at a bar. I don't know if it was I could never confirm if it was the Chico Saloon, but yeah, they're still together. That's why Jeff Bridges still has a place in Paradise Valley, very beginning of his career. And yeah, I can't recommend Rancho Deluxe enough. If you want to have it, it's just a time capsule of what Livingston, Montana was like in the 1970s. There's this whole story behind it where these writers and musicians like Jimmy Buffett were all hanging out in Key West, and Key West blew up and got too touristy. So they decamped all of them, a painter named Russell Chatham, a writer named Tom McGuane, and a musician named Jimmy Buffett. And they were just starting out in their careers and they moved to Livingston. And so that's why Jimmy Buffett has that song, Livingston Saturday Night, which is performed live in the show, in the movie Rancho Deluxe. So yeah, it's just that Livingston has a fascinating. I should do a story about the Murray Bar in Livingston, because it has a whole bunch of Hollywood figures that have come and gone. Sam Peckinpah hung out there, the writer Richard Brodigan. So anyway, yeah, so that I was tapping into that nostalgia.
Yeah, so many reasons to go to the Chico Saloon. That story of Jeff Bridges trying to hustle one of the waitresses who told him to get lost. How many times had she been proposed to, by then? But he did finally get a date with her the next day, and he did finally marry the young lady. Here's, I'm looking at a photo of those youngsters on their wedding night. That's a young Jeff Bridges with, what's her name? Susan? Somebody?
Susan, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a cool story. Plus the hats. What's the deal with the hats in this saloon?
Nobody could, yeah. So they're just like people pin dollar bills to the ceilings and walls of bars and write a note. That was going on. But for some reason, and no one could, at least no one on staff now could tell me exactly how that started. It's kind of where old hats go to retire. Or maybe people are trading in their baseball hat and putting on a cowboy hat because they've been swept up in the Western culture of the Paradise Valley. But yeah, just a little quirk in the culture there.
Okay, let's move to a story I was just talking about not long ago. Robo taxis are here, and they're probably the future, already being test marketed in certain cities. But are they ready for Wyoming? Wyoming doesn't necessarily need them yet, and they're not probably ready for prime time in December or January, let's say. Winter could be trouble for robo taxis.
Yeah, that they use what's called LiDAR. It's this radar that is using lasers to constantly measure where things are around them, right? They're like the eyes of a self-driving car. And so when you have big snowstorms, that interferes with the sensors. So in talking to an expert in the industry, he thought that Jackson might be the first place if there were to be self-driving ride service, like basically a robo Uber. Perhaps it would be the Jackson Airport to take people to the resort, where it would, they might be willing to pay a premium. But what's the advantage? It's right now they haven't figured out a business model that really profits from subtracting the human from the cab, from the driver's seat. And so that's really it. It's like that even in dense urban areas where this is happening, it's still, the jury is still out on whether or not this is going to pencil. Like, are they going to be able to find a margin here that makes it a really viable business plan? I found that really interesting, that you'd think, oh yeah, they save all this money because they don't have to hire anyone. It's just the technology. But actually it's that hasn't quite happened yet, that they're still working out the business model. So there's the economic reason, there's the technological reason. But at the same time, Wyoming has a hand in this, as Senator Lummis has introduced some legislation to really basically spur on the federal government to start permitting and energizing this industry, even though it's probably not going to affect Wyoming very directly.
Right. If it is the future, it's not the near future for Wyoming. But that's a good point about what advantage are you gaining removing the driver? I'm like, in New York City, not having to smell that Pakistani driver who doesn't believe in underarm deodorant. Maybe there's an advantage, but the human element he could recommend some restaurants or whatever. What do you cut it? Like, he doesn't get paid a whole ton of money, and I imagine the tech behind these robo-taxis are way more than what he would cost per hour. Yeah, where are you gaining? Good point, David.
So far, it hasn't been proven. The other thing, the place that it might happen is if you'd have to do the drive from Green River to Cheyenne a lot. Well, there's already self-driving features to Teslas, right? And so this expert that I spoke with in Michigan said that you might see that on long highway miles where it's clear weather, it's a direct route, and it's driver assist, and you could maybe take your eyes off the wheel and check your text safely. Anyway, I'm spooked by the whole idea of being on a mountain road in a robo taxi is terrifying.
Would you? Yeah, I would not trust a computer. Yeah, with a thin little guardrail between you and a 2,000-foot plummet.
Yeah.
And we've all know what our computer does on our desk. How many times have you had to bang it into compliance? Now this thing's got behind the wheel. No, I'm not ready for that either.
Where this is happening, where they're doing, 250,000 rides a day, I think is what it said. Where that's happening, they're not going over 45 miles an hour usually. It's in urban areas where it's more manageable and still obviously unproven in that in Austin. I think what got us onto the story was last week in Austin, Texas, they had rolled out all these robo taxis that made for interesting social media video as they ran over curbs and stopped abruptly. And so you could kind of see the beta testing in real time and with real people involved.
Yeah. See, now if a robo taxi was smart enough, let's say, to avoid that big puddle alongside the road that would splash somebody waiting to, I'm flagging the robo taxi. If it knew enough not to splash its client, its person, then I might say, okay, they're thinking, kindly, they're thinking like a human. But I'm thinking too much. It's going to be a robo taxi in Yellowstone where that dude had to dive back into his car when he saw the bear.
Oh, yeah.
The robo taxi would probably make a decision like, bear in the area, must roll up windows. Guy would have dumped a honk. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like computers doing all that. You and I got to save our money and get in on this castle.
Man. That is, someone brought this up a couple of years ago. I think I was in Billings doing something else, and they said, "Have you heard of the castle?" I said, "No," and they told the whole story. It's a favorite pastime. So in Billings, on the far west edge, there's this massive Montana Chateau is how they like to be referred to now. They're trying to rebrand it.
Yeah,
and it comes with this whole scandalous story involving a coal mining executive who duped a couple of Wyoming doctors, a couple of Casper physicians, who have now been, from my reporting, they recouped their money through legal proceedings. This guy went to prison for scamming not only them but several others, and they so they sold the deeds to this property and then recouped their money. Well, the couple that apparently purchased this mansion has a residence registered. When you look the property up, it's registered to this couple who live in Matitsi on paper. I wasn't able to confirm any of this. I did reach a family member who said they didn't want to speak on the record, and they the couple never got back to me. But I did speak to the realtor, and he said, yeah, they're launching this new rebranding effort. Want to call it the Montana Chateau, because I think the castle still has that connotation of the scam that developed it. You know, it's kind of the scam mansion. But man, whoever has $27 million and wants to live in Billings it's up in the Rimrock areas on the west end of town. It's beautiful. So I'm really interested to see if it's perfect for a country music star to, I can see somebody like that, or who knows who's going to want to plunk down in West Billings, but we'll follow it. I wonder if it will really fetch that much money.
I think it's reasonably priced for what it is, and I'm comparing it to Jackson. 30,000, more than 30,000 square foot, 10 bedrooms, 19 baths on nearly 100 acres. 3 swimming pools, 14-car garage, elevator, shooting range. I think this is underpriced. Honestly, this is
the bowling alley.
It's a steal.
I love the look. It's very. I mean, the high ceilings and the way the pool comes in and out of the house. Yeah, it's well done. And so yeah, I think that I was trying to write a positive story. Really wanted to interview that couple because I think they might be the heroes here. It could have just sat in bankruptcy or sat, in whatever, the court could have held on to it. It could have just collected dust and sagebrush, but they really went in and did it right. And so, yeah, I wish someone a happy life there.
Yeah. I see all positive. I mean, this is not any place that's going to be in my real estate portfolio for sure. This is how the other half lives, the 1%. But my goodness, it's a gorgeous place. Who wouldn't want to get in there? I mean, the only barrier to entry is 27 million barriers. But
yeah, it sits by itself up at the end of a dead end road. It looks like right up in the Rimrock. So it's special for sure. Who knows? I guess the maybe best case scenario is some entrepreneur who is self-made there from Billings can really maybe celebrate their success by buying this place. It could be maybe they turn it into a giant bed and breakfast or something. Maybe it's an inn, because it could very well serve that purpose with all those bathrooms and bedrooms.
Right. I mean, it would be wasted on one person, one couple, one family. You're right. But how do you do that? That invites a corporate buying it, and that's not fun. Well, find out who has it, Matitsi. We'll see if we can get a GoFund thing going. GoFundMe, and we'll get in on it. Yeah, we got more stories of yours, David, we got to get to later today. The Gillette Cyclone drilling. They're gonna drill clear through to China. So
these are horizontal drilling.
All right. Whoops. Yeah. All right. Indeed. We're gonna drill in Wyoming, and we're gonna drill the oil out of Nebraska with the reach we have. Yeah. Thanks, David. Have a great Monday.
You too. Bye-bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this quick break. We're going to get Representative Carly Provenza in here, and she's a hero. She got Senator Mike Lee to back down. We'll tell you how, why, all that stuff after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
We're back in studio, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Carly. Representative Provenza's in the room. HD 45, that's Laramie. She took up the... Good morning. Representative Provenza took up the cause of just about every Wyomingite and probably just about every person who lives out west who... We enjoy our public lands, and... It was push and pressure like yours, and including the demonstration that you spearheaded in Laramie, and you probably badger. How many people did you get after with emails and phone calls? So was it all you, Carly? Are you the hero in this? Did you cause Senator Lee to back down? You called him a naughty word.
I did. It was actually the naughty word in the Cowboy State Daily headline. I think Senator Lee called and said, "Golly, Provenza, you're right.
I give up.
I am that word. I'm going to pull my amendment."
That was great. But, I was talking earlier with Greg about, in the end, I think it was pressure from his peers that really got him to back down. But it all started with the people, and that's where you're connected. That's what you do as a lawmaker, Carly. You're better than that than just about anybody. You feel for the people. You take up the people's cause, and you felt this, I think, right away. And you said, let's go. This can't happen. Here's how we got to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, when we saw the maps, I just heard from so many people across my community and the state that just were just not going to put up with it. And I think that the role of a legislator and someone as an elected official should be to give voice to the people. And there was no better way than to say, okay, folks, we're all mad. We all want to do something about this, and let's come together and figure out what that looks like. And we were fortunate enough to have, my estimates, about 500 people at the Capitol. And we all called Senator Barrasso, Senator Lummis, and Representative Hageman all at the same time. And we had a good time doing it. And we won because there were people just all over the state and across the country that were not going to stand for taking our public lands, Jake.
Now, let me ask you this pointedly. Who do you think you are? You're a state representative in the state house, and you're urging, like, what role do state lawmakers play in trying to encourage federal lawmakers to get on the game plan?
Well, Jake, first and foremost, I'm a public landowner. And so I came forward because I was fighting for my public lands. But again, to go back to my previous comments, my job is to represent my district. My job is to stand up for the state of Wyoming and ensure that the people of Wyoming are taken care of. And while I didn't have power to pull the switch and make Mike Lee pull his amendment, I did have the power to make sure that our congressional delegation, who also represent me, right? Like, yeah. I'm also a constituent, that they represent the will of the people and of me. And the will of the people was that we keep our public lands.
Representative Provenza, we're talking to Carly Provenza. Let me ask you, as a elected legislator, you do the work of people who voted for you and those who didn't. And it makes me think, like, to what degree are we worried about our Wyoming delegation strangely silent? Senators Lummis and Barrasso didn't hear a lot about this particular issue. They just banged the drum. We got to get the big, beautiful bill passed. Was heard a little bit from Congresswoman Harriet Hageman assuring us that we didn't understand what was Senator Lee was doing, that it wasn't about forest. I don't know. Are you frustrated? Are you worried about a lack of leadership there?
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, Jake, at the rally, I said, Senator Barrasso has said his job as the majority whip is to get that bill passed, and I would like to remind him that his job is to represent the people of Wyoming. And so I am frustrated that there wasn't more leadership, or at least more outwardly saying what needs to be said, which is that our public lands aren't for sale. Not now, not ever. It's not hard for an elected official, as I demonstrated last week, to come out and say the right thing and do the right thing. And, there's probably some inside baseball information going on, and I don't know what those closed room meetings look like, but I know that just about everybody said to me how frustrated they were that it was me having to take this charge and not the people in power in this state that can actually ensure our public lands stay in public hands.
As someone who does this on a state level at the Capitol in Cheyenne, give me an idea of how much you think, because it's basically the same thing on a national scale, how much we see lawmakers talking, and we can see it on CNN and all that, but how much behind closed doors, really? How much did Senator Lee maybe meet with everyone? And, they probably said, come on, Mike, get this out of there. Like, does a lot of that happen in that we don't see?
Yeah, I think that there's probably a lot of conversations about amendments, particularly with the people that bring them and with trusted people in those circles. So there's definitely things that have to happen behind the scenes because we're there sometimes 16 hours a day. We can't, it's particularly with our session that just is so fast tracked. And again, I don't know what those conversations with Senator Lee looked like. I know that Cynthia Lummis was one of the last votes to be cast on the consideration of this bill. And I know that John Barrasso is the majority whip. So maybe they had private conversations with Lee, but I don't think it would have hurt them at all to come out and say publicly that they were going to support public lands.
Barrasso had to be whipping Lee. That's how I picture it. You're a minority whip, aren't you? Do you have to sometimes whip your people to get them to behave?
Not usually my people, but I will say I do whip the majority party pretty frequently, and I think you got to see a taste of that here recently
with the landowners' hunting tags. I want to talk about that in a second when the whip comes out. But first, speaking of the 16 hours you just mentioned, that's how long it took to read 940 pages of this big, beautiful bill. I kind of like that move by the Democrats. It was called stalling in the story I read, but I don't mind it making sure everybody has read that thing. I mean, as lawmaker, there's a lot to read if you're a legislator, right? And maybe you don't read every word, and I don't mind it being read aloud to them. Sit down and you're going to hear what's in it.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, I often will read definitions on the floor of the Wyoming House because I'm not sure everybody knows what they're signing up for. So I make sure that they know exactly what they're doing.
So with this issue, it's done, right? We win, the people win, it's all over, or is there more work to be done? This isn't over, probably.
Yeah, no, Jake, unfortunately, this is not over. Senator Mike Lee made sure that we knew that, and we've known that. This is something that's been going on for a long time. Mike Lee took what he saw as an opportunity to fast track his end game of public land sales by trying to force it in this bill. But we've been seeing this for years through the guise of public land transfers to the states. I think what's likely going to happen is they're going to go back to that route because they think they can trick the American people into being willing to sell off their public lands under the idea of small government. But the end result is the same. They'll end up having to sell off large swaths of our public lands because we won't be able to manage them and they'll be gone.
Good point.
The fight continues. It continues. We should all be happy and go enjoy our public land because this is not a sprint, it is a marathon, and I need people to stay vigilant. I need them to stay educated and stay connected to people who care about public lands.
Wyomingites win the battle. The war's still on. Think of the long game. It's not over, and Carly Provenza will keep an eye on all the people who need watching. One more thing regarding, as long as we got you, I do want to talk about Chair French, who brought the idea of landowners being able to sell off their hunting tags. I didn't personally like it. That really felt wrong. It didn't taste right. I wasn't the only one. French heard it from a few people, and Chair French heard it from you regarding which committee it should be. And talk about why the committee mattered, where that proposal should have been brought up. And what's your general sense of the whole idea of this?
Yeah, so the general sense is that landowners, ranchers would be able to sell tags to hunt wildlife on their property. So they want to be able to, say, get an elk tag and sell it to the highest bidder. So you can make pretty good money depending on which tag you get and where you are and how much land you have and all that, right? So it's taking the resource of Wyoming's wildlife, which belongs to all the people of Wyoming, and hands it over to ranchers so that they can make money, or large landowners, whether they're ranchers or not. And that is a government handout, Jake. And the concern that I had in that committee is that because there's so much money to be made by landowners, the Ag Committee has, by my best estimate, 7 of the 14 members have enough land that they could make money off the landowner tags. To me, I think that's a conflict. Whether it's a actual conflict of interest by our laws or just a perceived one by the public doesn't really matter much to me. I think there's too much money to be made, and it puts our wildlife at risk in Wyoming, and just like really hurts the hunting community who otherwise is trying to get access to these tags. So I think it needed to be in our Travel, Recreation, Wildlife Committee, which I also serve on, because the name is in the title, wildlife, and we work hand in hand with game and fish often. So if that issue is going to be brought up, it should be done through the committee that has those relationships, and not the committee that has a lot to gain from it.
Yeah, Chair French thought it belonged in agriculture. Representative Provenza thought wildlife. That was the main issue. Yeah, so that was interesting in Cheyenne. And I love Representative Provenza, your get-together in Laramie. Some estimated 500 people. Mike Lee was able to he wasn't able to get his tuck in, his amendment passed, but he was able to bring together both Wyoming Democrats and Republicans. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, and Jake, we had that rally at the state capitol in Cheyenne.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, outside of my home turf. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and we had about 500 people show up. We wrote over 500, maybe 600 postcards to Senators Barrasso, Lummis, and Hageman, and we delivered those Friday at noon with some really awesome labor workers here in Cheyenne. From Pipe Fitters Union, we had a couple members of the Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and so we delivered those letters in person.
That is small government right there, and run it right up the flagpole. I mean, I don't know what the end result was, but we can connect the dots. I mean, Lummis, Barrasso, Hageman, they got an earful from groundswell that started by people like Carly Provenza, and it made it all the way to D.C. I think we're pretty sure of that.
Yeah, and I want to say, Jake, like, while I helped make sure that people had a stronger and louder voice, this really was an effort from sportsmen, from recreationists, from just everyday people that are public landowners. Like that, while I may have helped get this event going, I really want to give credit where it's due, which is to the people of Wyoming and the sportsmen's groups that fought tooth and nail for their public lands.
It was the voice of the people. You may have supplied the megaphone, that's all. But yeah. Nice job. Thank you for coming on. Always fun.
Thanks, Jake. I appreciate it.
You bet. That's Representative Carly Provenza, HD 45, Laramie. And we'll be right back after this quick break. More of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Bloom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
At the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, this day in history, it's June 30. Here's what happened on this day. 1868, Fort Fred Steele was established, where the Union Pacific Railroad crossed the North Platte River. Significant fort in its day, for sure. One of the more significant forts. Fort Steele, established today in 1868. 1876, members of the 7th Cavalry that were wounded in the Battle of the Little Bighorn would reach the far west on the Yellowstone. 1894, this day, it was reported that 40,000 trout were shipped to Casper to be distributed in area streams. 1894. 1903, a deadly mine explosion in Hannah killed 169 miners. I can't imagine. 169. That's like a plane going down. That many miners in an explosion. 169 souls lost this day in 1903. This day, 1919. The last day of legal drinking in Wyoming before Prohibition was to take place. It was a Monday, by the way, and the bars and saloons were full for a Monday. Monday, June 30th, 1919, last day of legal drinking in Wyoming. And I'm looking at photos from back in the day, and every bar in the state, Cowboy State, was packed. 1945, this day, it was reported that 23,611 men and 515 women from the state of Wyoming were serving in the armed forces. That's pretty significant. 23,005, so 24,000 in total in 1945 serving in the armed forces. Of course, it was World War II. That's a significant portion of the state. I mean, I don't know what our population was in 1945, but it had to be well under 500,000. 1975, magnitude 6.4 earthquake occurred in Yellowstone National Park. Some geysers were affected. Telephone service was disrupted after poles fell down. The quake was felt over a 50,000 square kilometer area that included Wyoming, Montana, South Dakota, felt as far away as Utah, Washington, Nevada, and Idaho. That was a major quake. 1975, a 6.4. I believe that was the earthquake that caused structural damage to the treehouse and Old Faithful Inn. You used to be able to climb up there in the treehouse and go explore it and hang out in it. And I think after that earthquake, 1975, that closed that permanently. It's now considered unstable to go up in that tree house that's in the big lobby of the Old Faithful Inn. It also threw off the timing of Old Faithful itself. I think at the time, I think it made it longer. I want to say, I mean, it's always about an hour and a half, and I think, or maybe a little less than an hour and a half. I think that earthquake made it longer. Mike Poland would know. We should ask him. We got to get Mike back on here. We've had him on the show a couple times. I know it did throw off Old Faithful. It continued to be faithful, but it, instead of 90 minutes, it might have been 93 minutes or something. I don't remember if it made it longer or shorter. I thought it made it longer between intervals of eruption. 2009, on this day, University of Wyoming Geological Museum was closed due to state budget cuts. It was later opened on a part-time basis when an endowment fund was set up to support the museum. All these things happen on this day in history. It's June 30th. It means it's time to rodeo. Western Ag Network with the Rodeo Row Show. Will.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Good to have you along. Today, 3 straight national finals rodeo qualifications for Cade Bruno of Chalice, Idaho. He joins us on the show. He's the number 2 ranked saddle bronc rider in the world. Today, we talk about the rodeo that propels him, Fort Worth, Texas. That conversation coming up next.
It's time for Cattle Country Video's High Plains Showcase Video Sale. Tuesday, July 1st, over 45,000 head of fancy Rocky Mountain and High Plains cattle sale in Laramie, Wyoming at the Marion Rochelle Gateway Center. Sale kicks off at 8 a.m. with 35,000 head of yearling steers and heifers, followed by 10,000 plus calves and 270 bred heifers. Auctions broadcast live on YouTube at Cattle Country Video. Online bids on Cattle USA. To preview video lots, visit cattlecountryvideo.com.
Growers across the region have successfully planted another Molson Coors barley crop, and before too long, combines will be rolling through the goldenripe fields. Hi, this is Justine Paxton, a fourth-generation farmer from Basin, Wyoming. Bill Coors coined the phrase, barley is to beer as grapes are to wine, and he's right. That's why Molson Coors uses Moravian barley, a variety bred to be one of the highest quality and best yielding varieties available. We are proud to raise barley for Molson Coors, a company known for always supporting farmers in rural America.
You know, all these winter rodeos are pretty dang cool, and yeah, I didn't have a lot of luck. I didn't have any luck there in San Antonio either, and you know, I just kind of chipped away at the rest of them, winning a little here and there, but it's always a goal of mine to win one. You know, every year we get to go into these winter rodeos, and you know, my goal is always to win all of them, but really and truly to win Fort Worth and to win San Antonio and to win Houston, and you know, those building rodeos are pretty prestigious, and all of them are on my bucket list. But to be able to cross one off, and Fort Worth, I wouldn't say a hometown rodeo, but that's the closest rodeo to me from where I'm living down here. It's 35 minutes to the Coliseum, so winning that one was really cool. It's always been one of my favorite rodeos. I've always had good luck at Fort Worth, and Jim Gay brings a great set of horses in there. You know, he does well with it. It's, like I said, one of my favorite rodeos, and I was tickled to get the win.
Saddle bronc rider Cade Bruno from Chalice, Idaho, rodeoing down in Texas right now, headed for the spring run in California, ranked number 2 in the race for the world title. On the Rodeo Road Show, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, rodeo season in Wyoming, full swing. So exciting. I'm going to catch up with that horse fire, just double check. Every day I try to look in on it, make sure we're making some progress. And yeah, good news. 2,677 total acres. So it has grown slightly over the weekend, but not very much. Maybe 100 acres. That's it. 59% containment, and the firefighters doing a fantastic job on that horse fire. Let's not forget them. There was a max 200 and some personnel on it. There's now 152, and indication that perhaps they're getting the upper hand on the horse fire. That's good news. This is going to be one of those seasons, I'm afraid. I mean, we're starting this early. There's the Porcupine Creek fire. We're seeing fires starting pretty early in the season, June, and a long way to go. So the quicker you can get a handle on some of these early ones, the more personnel are available for the next one. Zach Sontag spent a little time in the Lucky 5 Lounge in Shoshone. Every time I pass by it, I can't say I feel the pull to go in there for a beer. It doesn't look terribly appealing to me, but it's part of the Cowboy State's Daily's Drinking Wyoming series, and it's another bar for sale. I think almost every bar and saloon that's been featured by the Cowboy State Dailies for sale. Maybe that's just every bar and grill is perpetually for sale. Frackleton's in Sheridan, the Corral Bar in Pinedale, they all have a for sale sign up. This one as well. A Lucky 5 Saloon, at least I see a for sale sign in the photo of the bar. It's sitting right next there to the Corona beer sign and the Kurz. And by the way, if you're going to walk into the Lucky 5 Lounge and you want to look like a regular, you don't want to stand out, in a place like this. Zachary Sontag talks about walking into Lucky 5s. And he said the regulars can tell right away if you're an out-of-towner the second you walk through the door. They can tell by the way you dress. So assuming you can get the correct Wyoming uniform on, that'll help. They can tell by the fact you smell of cologne, Zach Sontag says. I don't know about that, but you definitely don't want to have a lot of the Fonzie juice on when you go to order your drink. Mostly it's your drink of choice, and that's what Zach zeroes in on. And heaven forbid you order wine or you're even particular about if you were going to order wine in a place like Lucky 5 Lounge, you just order wine. You don't get snooty about it. You don't say, I'll take your driest rosé. Or show me, do you have a Pinot from the Willamette Valley area? Just order wine. Don't even make the distinction between red or white and hope they don't forget, hope they just overlook the fact that you ordered wine at a beer and whiskey bar. Yeah, they probably don't do a whole bunch of wine at Lucky 5's. You're going to want to order beer. And if you want to look cool, if you want to look Wyoming, and here's the, let me play some, this will be the bar music, right? Yeah, you walk into the Lucky 5 Saloon and it sounds like this. And they got the pool game going. They're playing darts over in this corner. There might be a fight going on over on that corner. And you walk in, you say, I'll have a white wine. What? What did he say? I think he ordered a white wine. No, man. You got to walk in wearing Carhartt something. Carhartt anything. You got to be rocking a King Robes hat, maybe. Or some nondescript concrete company. Yeah, that would be good. Just some, run-of-the-mill concrete company ball cap. Or a drilling company. Yeah, S&S Drilling. Make sure your hands are a little bit dirty and scuffed up. And by all means, be careful with the drink order. When you walk up to that bar and everybody just stops at the Lucky Five and you say, I'll have a Kurz. Okay, phew. He's all right. That's the Cowboy cocktail right there. Get yourself a Kurz and say it like that. It's not Coors. It's Kurz. Just get a Kurz. And the whole place will come back to life and everything will be fine. The bartender, Frida, is just waiting for you to say, I'll have a spritzer. What? Yeah. Zachary Sontag, maybe he learned the hard way how to stay alive in Shoshone at the Lucky Five Lounge. If you order wine, they assume you're there to buy the place. You know, you're not just passing the time. There's some pretty cool regulars there you're going to meet, including a guy you're going to find at the pool table just about every night. Anthony Gatherers shoots a little pool at the Lucky Five Lounge. He'll be the guy in black. Always the guy in black. And yeah, you'll meet a few of the regulars, some colorful characters at the Lucky Five Lounge. Great story from Zach Sontag, all part of the Drinking Wyoming series, which is so popular. I like it. I like to live vicariously through journalists who like to bend an elbow at some of these establishments. And a big thank you to Pine Bluffs Distilling for presenting Drinking Wyoming, where the feature bar is the Lucky Five Lounge in Shoshone. We'll be back with more top of the hour break. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Just days ahead of the first phase of payouts in a new school choice program built to give $7,000 toward private schools or homeschool programs for Wyoming students, a Cheyenne-based judge on Friday temporarily blocked the action. The Wyoming Education Association and 9 parents of public school children asked Laramie County District Court Judge Peter Froelicher this month to block the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Act from going into effect altogether during the group's challenge against it. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that WEA calls the program unconstitutional and harmful to families of public school children who may not be accepted into private schools.
The argument is the judge going to block this law throughout the case? Is it going to block this program throughout the case so that it can't go into effect at least until this case is over? And they both argued either way, but in the end, Judge Froelicher did neither thing. He instead was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a temporary restraining order. So we're just going to hit pause while I figure out if I'm going to block this law throughout the entire case.
The payouts to applicants were scheduled to begin Tuesday, July 1st. A 21-year-old Star Valley woman and equipment manager for the University of Wyoming football team died Thursday in a lawnmower accident. Kimberly Choma's father, Bob, said his daughter had been doing grounds maintenance on a property at the time of the accident. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the loss hit her family and the UW Athletics Department particularly hard.
What we understand on Thursday is that she was mowing some property, and apparently her dad told me that the lawnmower shifted and it overturned on top of her and claimed her life. And really sadly that her dad is the one that discovered her. But also from the football team at the University of Wyoming, I was able to talk to a player there who said she was a tremendous teammate, is what he called her, and said that the loss is going to be a long time getting over.
Star Valley High School teacher and football coach McKay Young said Kimberly represented, quote, what all of us aspire to be. Leslie Ann Schaefer has put 100,000 miles on her 2019 Subaru, photographing Wyoming from its rarely traveled back roads. But Lee is now homebound with terminal cancer and can only take photos from her backyard. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that her adopted home of Thermopolis has rallied to make her final days special.
She has just all these people that are not just praying for her, but showing up, making sure she's comfortable, and making sure her cat has a good home. Because that was a big concern of hers, is to make sure Teddy went to a good place. And she's also making sure her pictures go to a great place. One of the things that Lee made sure of is that people got to see Wyoming for the beauty of it. She went down all these back roads and she explored for the last 5 years incredible things.
Despite the places on her list that she didn't make it to, the 72-year-old has seen a lot of unique places and strongly encourages others to get off the main highways to experience what Wyoming is really all about. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Well, at the Lucky 5 Lounge in Shoshone, the regulars can tell if you're an out-of-towner the second you walk through the door. But unlike other dive bars where locals can be territorial or suspicious, Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag discovered that the folks at the Lucky 5 are instantly warm and trusting.
You pop in there, you don't know anybody. By the time you leave, doesn't matter if you stay for 10 minutes or a couple of hours, you're going to feel like you have a brand new bunch of very close friends. They're intimate, they're friendly, they're warm, and they are willing to be vulnerable and share their stories. And they're also willing to grab your hand and pull you into a dance if that's your thing. It's the only bar in town. It's surrounded by crumbling buildings and vacant lots and closed businesses, but they are staying strong and they're having a good time for the meantime.
By first impressions, the people funneling through Lucky 5 Lounge have a lot in common. They're jaunty but hospitable, hardened through experience, but unafraid to show their hearts. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalism.
bullet. Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree. I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily show back, and Dale Killingbeck joins us. Dale, good morning.
Hi, Jake. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I've already moved from coffee to vodka, so the morning is moving right along.
Feeling a little bit Russian, are you? Okay.
You know, I'll tell you the funnest little side gig I had one time. I had to chauffeur a Russian guy around. In New York City, I worked for a talent agency, and the talent agency was helping this Russian promoter come up with his own Cirque du Soleil. You know, there was already Cirque du Soleil. It was famous, the Ariel, the acrobats. So this guy wanted to bring Russia's version of Cirque du Soleil to Vegas, to New York City, whatever. And he was in town, and my job as a just foot soldier for this company was to go drive him around, do anything he wanted, spend the whole weekend with him. And I assumed, yes, the Russians drink their vodka, right? So I got him, vodka. He's like, no, he wanted Johnny Walker Red because you couldn't get that in Russia or something. So him and his partner drank Johnny Walker Red like it was going out of style. And I'm driving him around. It's a lot of bringing him to a club and then waiting and then bringing him to the next place. And then late at night, he said, "What, you take me to get Fast Knife?" I said, "Fast Knife? What is that?" He wanted a switchblade. He wanted to buy it. And of course, New York City, you're like, I don't know. Okay, maybe this corner has a you take me, we buy Fast Knife. Yeah, Fast Knife and Johnny Walker Red. This is going to be a night to remember.
Yeah, they watch all the American movies, and so they think that's what America is like, drink Johnny Walker Red and carry a switchblade.
Yeah, he fit right in, man. He was right. TV, it just brings us all together. It's a small world when you got TV and movies. All right, tell me about this story. Is trending really well on Facebook, getting a lot of engagement on Facebook and responses. Wyoming history, taken hostage with twins by murderer, changed Green River woman forever. What's the story about?
Yeah, this is a terrible story and a fascinating story about a guy who impersonated a friend, a supposed friend that he met up in, I think it was in Thermopolis or around there when he was working. Anyway, he apparently took an automobile, crashed it, and so he didn't want to get a lawsuit, so he changes his name, gets a job in Pinedale on a ranch. And he had some bad side to his character. And one day he decides to go steal from an auto dealership early in the morning in March of 1955. Some guys follow his tracks, see that the township constable follows his tracks, and he pulls around a corner, shoots. He takes these guys hostages, takes them north of town, over by Kemmer, and then tries to shoot all of them. One of them escapes, one is killed, and then one is shot. The constable is shot in the stomach and survives amazingly because this was cold. It was in March. Gets in the car, goes to a gas station down by Evanston, takes a kid hostage, and takes his car and just goes across the countryside. There's a huge manhunt going on in Wyoming, Utah, and I believe Idaho was also involved in that. And after a day of just driving through the mountains and different things, he tells the kid to go back toward Green River, and the kid lets him out in Green River. A deputy there sees him in a railroad yard, yells at him. The guy runs behind a boxcar. The deputy pursues him. The guy shoots the deputy under the armpit. Then the guy runs into a house where there's these two little twins, 20 months old, and their mom. They are Greek. The mom doesn't speak hardly any English, and takes them hostage, basically. And also the mother's sister-in-law was also in the house at the time.
Man, what a crime spree. 1955, Wyoming. Crazy story. Again, I have to ask you how these come across because my idea is you're just reading you're catching up on newspaper reading. For me, it might be reading Friday's newspaper. I haven't gotten to the crossword puzzle. For you, it's I'm in the 1955. Like, how did you find out about this?
Yeah, it was exactly like that, Jake. I was just going through old newspaper stuff, doing some different searches on Wyoming, and all of a sudden this story pops up, It's like, whoa, what's this,
Yeah.
And what was cool was I was able to find these twins, and they were willing to talk to me. And so obviously at 20 months old, they don't remember things about what happened, but they told me that obviously their mom, who he grabbed apparently around the throat, put a gun to her head, and then she runs out screaming, and that brought the police to her house because they were in the neighborhood, and they shot the guy through the window and killed him in their house on her mom's bed. And so her mom obviously is terrified the rest of her life. She didn't want to go back to the house, and they convinced her that he didn't actually die in the house. He died in the ambulance a few blocks away, but that was not the case. If you see the picture of the guy lying on the bed.
Rula, twin girls were too young to remember. Rula and Effie, they were the only ones this guy didn't shoot that he encountered. Man, they were lucky. Isn't it fun to read old stories in the newspaper, Dale, and watch how the story either develops or fizzles out? It's sometimes frustrating. You'll get a story that it'll start with just a few facts, some of them erroneous. Then you'll get the big story, and then newspapers will just drop it. Like you're like, what happened with? It's just fun to follow those old stories, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what fascinates me is, how did this thing impact their lives, and what was the end of the story, So this story affected a lot of lives. I mean, the deputy's family, they lost their dad and their husband, this auto dealer that was killed, little kids in his family. So it impacted a whole bunch of people. So I'm always interested in these history stories about, what's the end of the story, what happened, how did that impact people's lives going forward?
Yeah. And then to be able to bring it to life, like tracking down some people that were the story makers or relatives or something, that's even bonus coverage from Dale on that story.
Yeah. And it was just a great thing that I was able to connect with those twins. So I really appreciate that.
Story's doing really well on the Facebooks. I read this headline, not from your. I'm glad you covered this story. I saw it in another news, and I know this family a little bit, and I know Kimberly Choma a little bit, and I know she was in a bad car wreck not too long ago, and there was a GoFundMe which raised over 14 grand for her. She had significant injuries, and then I saw just recently Choma, prayers for her, and I thought, oh, did she take a bad turn on her recovery from the accident? This poor girl, the 21-year-old equipment manager, everybody in Star Valley knows her, everybody in Afton knows her, and the family, just horrible.
Just a terribly sad story. One of those stories that you don't want to have to do. She was riding a lawnmower, doing some work in a lawn, and the lawnmower slips and overturns on top of her and takes her life. And her dad finds her, and it's just one of those terrible stories that you don't want to have to write. But it sounds like everybody I talked to, her football coach from high school, her parents, her brother, everybody just says she's one of these people that, you wouldn't forget. She made friends with everybody she met. And her football coach from high school told me that, every superlative and that you can talk about, it was real with her. It's not just, a line, but she was somebody that impacted lives, made friends, and just was a light.
Yeah, I'm looking at a photo of her carrying some waters for the football team. That's how I knew of her as a play-by-play guy. I knew the Star Valley Braves. They would always beat our Jackson Bronx, and they always. But I did watch. I forget when it was, but it was at their field in Afton. I was watching the players around her, and you could just hear how they talked to her, how they acted around her. It was like having 45 big brothers. If anybody laid a hand on this girl, like the whole team, they loved her. She was just that kind of person, always smiling. Kimberly Choma, Bob and Lisa, that's a huge loss for the community. And yeah, tough story, but you captured it right. You definitely did, Dale.
Thank you. Her mom told me that, she looked at all the football players that she served as, quote, her boys. She was like, they were family, and she was going to protect them.
Definitely. Yeah, or they protect her. She probably thought she was protecting them.
She would probably protect them too, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be her. One more story from Dale, dropped on June 28th. The Army vet paralyzed by an Iraq blast, an IED, I think it was, gets a new life and a house in Casper. How's Brian Price doing?
He's doing very well. Amazing guy. He was 2006. He was in a Humvee that was blown up by an IED in Iraq. That was his third tour of duty overseas as an Army paratrooper. And so obviously that changed his life. He comes back to the States, and then he becomes, after mending, he gets into wheelchair athletics, and this guy spots him and sees that, hey, this guy's an athlete, and he starts training him in cross-country skiing and biathlon, becomes a Paralympic competitor, competing in two Paralympic games, one in Sochi, Russia, and the other one in South Korea. And so he became acquainted with Casper because he trained on Casper Mountain. And so he moved to Casper. I don't think it was that long ago. He moved to Casper with his family because he loved the community. And so now this organization, a nonprofit, is going to build him a home outside of Casper. Because he told me he's never been in a home that was built that had the proper equipment and other things for disabled people.
Well, that's a feel-good story. That's positive. Who is building the home for him? I didn't read that part.
Homes for our vets. Don't quote me. I'm not looking at the story right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll look for it. Homes. Oh, yeah, homes for our troops. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. Homes for our troops.
Homes for our troops. They're going to build them a home at Clark's Corner, southwest of Casper. Nice. Well, I like that. Good stories, Dale. What are you cooking up now? Can you disclose, spoiler alert, on what you're working on?
I'd rather not, Jake.
Okay.
But I got some cool ones if I can make them come together this week. So we'll see.
All right. It'll be our great pleasure to read them, that's for sure. Check out these stories from Dale Killingback, especially that cool history story about the crime spree dude in the mid-50s. Everybody is reacting to that, and it's interesting. Thanks, Dale. Have a great Monday, okay?
Hey, you too, Jake. Thanks so much.
You bet. Dale Killingback on the show on the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a break here on the tee up my next stuff. I got to figure out where I'm going with this. It's Monday, and as I said, I've moved to the vodka now, so the show could take a turn. Count on it.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Kemper, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path.
So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Yeah, excuse me while I read my email on the radio. Riveting entertainment this morning. Sip vodka and read my email on the radio. Well, I want to see if they've identified this nut job that sniped 2 firefighters in Idaho after setting a fire to draw firefighters to him. In sniper style, he started picking them off, killed 2 firefighters, wounded a third. Shooter is dead. And I'm just trying to see, what we're going to find out, hopefully in the coming days, is who this guy was and why. What? Sometimes the investigators can trace something back. They can. Maybe he left some posts on social media as to what his intent was. But the latest from Associated Press still do not have an ID on the shooter from what I see, and certainly no idea about what the guy is thinking. What was he doing? Man, just horrible. People like this is why we can't have nice things. Mark Hines' story about somebody who hacked down live trees to make a lean-to on a trail. It's not only inconsiderate, inappropriate, it's illegal. Responsible users of the public trails on Casper Mountain were outraged this week when they found somebody had cut down about 20 young live trees, necessary trees. Trees not doing anybody any harm. And they made a lean-to for their own private purposes. It's not only inconsiderate, it's illegal if the perpetrators are ever caught. I don't know how you're going to get anybody who was behind this. Whoever used a hatchet to illegally chop down about 20 young live trees at a popular campground on Casper Mountain, then used the trees to fashion a kind of a lean-to shelter in the middle of a hiking trail. They could be put in jail for that kind of thing. Mark Hines also adds a recliner was packed in about 100 yards to furnish the lean-to. So somebody made themselves a little shelter and brought a recliner chair there, and then I assume left it. Otherwise, how would they know Let me look at these photos. They hatcheted down the trees with some kind of hand axe or something. I don't see the recliner. I don't know where that. Apparently, they littered up the area as well. Oh, there's the recliner. What the heck? People. Yeah, there's a recliner. Somebody packed the recliner about 100 yards from the trailhead to this area in Casper Mountain. What gets into people? This can only be, well, not only, but this sure smells like an influencer doing something. Whenever you see stupid stuff done by stupid people, first place I go is they're doing it online. They're streaming it, and they fancy themselves some kind of influencer. That's who was behind racing the sports cars in Grand Teton the other day. It was some dude that has his own website, and that's what he does. He races expensive cars in different places, and he films it, he videos it, and that's his thing. So that's why he was speeding in Grand Teton in like Lamborghinis or something. Him and I think it was 4 total people, but one of the dudes is an influencer, and that's what he does. And whenever you see a stupid act, like you just read something in the news and you say, that was dumb. What is that dude doing? Well, he's probably doing it for his followers. It's the whole look at me influencer social media culture, and no stunt is too far. No event is too stupid. Video or didn't happen, and they video themselves doing ridiculous things. It's gotten out of hand. It is the primary reason. Whenever I see stuff like this, I think, well, this must be a dude. I would go look now. If you want to find this person who did this, there's no chance, no evidence left. You're never going to catch whoever it is. Unless I would go look at YouTube sites, go to YouTube and look for people who make videos of them roughing it or something. I watch those videos. Most of them done responsibly, where it'll say, I survived a night 20 below in Anchorage in my pickup truck. And they show how they, made a camp. Or I survived a week in the wilderness with no contact with life. And they'll show how they had to make themselves a lean-to or whatever. There's a lot of those. You'd be surprised how many sites there are dedicated to people who want to show you how to survive. It's like these survival videos. And they're all over YouTube. I used to like watching them for a while, as I was all about that. And I'll bet go search those, search them up, and I'll bet you find some dudes that says, how I survived roughing it in Wyoming. And he'll explain in the video how he chopped down 20 trees to make a lean-to and how he dragged the recliner chair 100 yards into the... That's my only explanation as to why. Why? People. You know what I also saw on the interwebs? Likely places that would be targeted by Russia if we were to get into World War III. There's a whole growing feeling on the internets that World War III is imminent. President Trump will declare a draft of all ages, all people, and U.S. and Russia are going to go at it. China will throw in with Russia. Hopefully we can count on the Canadians to stop hating us for 2 seconds and jump in. Anyway, it shows where the Russian missiles would likely fall in the United States. who would be safe. You know, it shows a whole bunch of them concentrated around Washington, D.C., obviously. For demoralizing purposes, Russia would bomb and destroy the White House. Wouldn't be the first time the White House has been destroyed. The Pentagon. Missiles would fall in, congregated big cities in the U.S. So I was looking at Wyoming. Would Russia bother bombing Wyoming? I mean, look at Cokeville. It looked like it's already been bombed. But Russia, they did show missiles would concentrate in the Cheyenne area, at the F.E. Warren missile base, because we have the potential to launch our own stuff from F.E. Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne. So preemptive, Russia would supposedly send missiles towards Cheyenne's way. And that makes sense. Story from Renee Jean in the Cowboy State Daily says $140 billion F.E. Warren Sentinel missile upgrade is full speed and underway under President Trump. The first months of Trump's second administration is focused on cutting government pork, but with one huge exception. This program is full speed ahead. $140 billion dedicated to upgrading from the Minuteman III to the much better, sleeker, faster, more powerful Sentinel nuclear missiles. And that work is being done at the F.E. Warren base, which Renee called Ground Zero. Ooh, that's a bad choice of words. It could be Ground Zero for Russian nukes. If the nukes start flying, they're going to leave Cheyenne, F.E. Warren base, courtesy of the USA, head right to Moscow. And meanwhile, Russia's missiles presumably would be headed to Cheyenne in an exchange of nukes. I think it's fascinating how the people that work on these things, and I'm looking at a picture of a couple of techs that are in the missile silo, and they're working on a missile. I think it's fascinating that how do they know it will work? I mean, obviously all these things have been tested, but you've never launched anything from the F.E. Warren base. How do you know when you push the button? When Trump says, all right, we're at it. We're at war. It's war. We got to send a nuke to Moscow, and let's send another one over to Iran while we're at it. Then how do you know it's going to work? Because it's something you've made, and then it sits dormant for, obviously there's maintenance done. There's computer simulations done. Theoretically, these Minuteman rockets are ready to go. The Minuteman missile and now the Sentinel. But you're never really sure. You've never done it. You just assume when you press the button, it's going to go. Yeah. Well, there's smarter people than I working on it. There are literal rocket scientists working on it, and 140 billion ought to guarantee that it works. But F.E. Warren base, good story from Renee Jean about where some of your taxpayer money is going. We're upgrading our nukes in Cheyenne. That's where it's going. Andrew Rossi has this story about how Wyoming's Heart Mountain was formed. It only took the collision of two different landslides, two of the largest landslides in Earth's history. How do they know this? This happened jillions of years ago, right? The formation of Heart Mountain near Cody is a story of a block of rock the size of Rhode Island moving at 700 miles an hour, an eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano, and two separate but equally cataclysmic events in Earth's geological history. How do they know this? How do you read the landscape and be able to tell the story of 50 million years ago? These scientists think they know it all. Cody's Heart Mountain isn't the result of one of the largest landslides in Earth history. Andrew writes, it's the result of two of the largest landslides in Earth's history, separated by nearly 50 million years. It takes a lot to make Heart Mountain, or it took a lot. And the story of a block of rock the size of Rhode Island, how do they know it was a block of rock the size of Rhode Island? How did they ever piece together that history? And how do they know it was moving at 700 miles an hour? And all of this made Heart Mountain. Andrew Rossi's been reading some heady books. This book is called The Heart Mountain Detachment, A Critical Reappraisal, written by Thomas Bone and Albert Warner. And in their conclusion, they found that two of the largest landslides ever, along with a huge rock the size of, you guessed it, Rhode Island. Rhode Island's always used as an example of size, right? Whether it's small or big in this case. If you want to show something is really small, you say, you can fit 20 Rhode Islands in that thing, whatever it is. Or you can show how big Rhode Island is. In a rare turnaround, Andrew Rossi says a rock the size of Rhode Island. Now you're using Rhode Island as something big. You don't often see that. But an interesting story from Andrew Rossi on how we got Heart Mountain. And speaking of rocks the size of Rhode Island, how about rocks as old as Rhode Island? Or rocks as old as the ones found in Canada's Quebec province, found to be the oldest on Earth. You know, in Wyoming, we have a rare opportunity to, because of the way land is happening and the way we've unearthed and tipped over terrain and of all the things that have happened in Wyoming, we can find some of the oldest rocks on Earth in Wyoming, like sitting out. You don't have to dig down to find them. They're just sitting there. You can pick one up and say, this rock could be 3.5 billion years old, which would make it some of the oldest rocks on the planet. But looks like Wyoming's been outdone. This story that I'm reading in Reuters, rocks in Canada's Quebec province have been dated to be maybe the oldest rocks on Earth. It's part of the, and there's no way I can say this word, NUVV. What kind of word has a double V? Cavi? Yeah. NUVVUAGITTUQ. That's not even a word. I don't know how you say it. Maybe I'll make Siri pronounce it. I think I can do that. Ready?
Nevuajidak.
Nevuajidak. What? Say that again. I dare you. Say that again. I'm making Siri say Nevuajidak.
Nevuajidak.
All right, I'll buy that. Nevuajidak greenstone belt in northern Quebec. Scientists have been testing rocks using two different high-tech, latest, state-of-the-art methods of testing and aging rocks and found some of these rocks, they may be the oldest on the planet. 4.16 billion years old. Woo! So the world started in Quebec, I guess is what we learned from that. Let's take a break. We'll be right back with Wyoming Game and Fish and more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Andrew Rossi's story about Yellowstone and, of course, Yellowstone National Park full of grizzlies, wolves, cougars. But one of its top apex predators is no bigger than your fingernail. It's a bug. It's a tiny tiger beetle. Don't tell the tiger beetle it's tiny. It might eat you. Don't make it mad. The tiny tiger beetle thrives around thermal pools, and they hunt and kill everything else that's smaller than them, and maybe even bigger. The wet salts tiger beetle, one of the most unique and overlooked critters in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, and man, can it take the heat. I guess so. It makes its home right on the edges, the perimeter of some of these thermal pools. So, yeah, they're not bothered by high heat, I wouldn't think. Entomologists like Leon Higley and Bob Peterson, they love studying this bug. They say this is the king of the bugs. Higley said the amazing thing about them is they don't seem to care about heat. We've studied tiger beetles that run into shade or do other behaviors during the hottest part of the day. Yellowstone's tiger beetles don't do any of that. They're well adapted, exclusively adapted to handle the extreme heat of thermal environments, says Higley. One thing they have in common with other tiger beetles is ones found in Yellowstone that like the heat. They'll hunt, ambush, and eat anything they can catch. They're tiny. I think I've seen these things. I always thought they were, water skimmers. You ever see the little pond skimmers that are on the top of the pond? And with their legs, they like scooch themselves across the surface of the pond. I think I've seen these tiger beetles doing that, just scooching around. I've never seen them like macking on another insect. Weird. Tiger beetles, learn more about them. Some like it hot, and I guess these tiger beetles like it real hot. They do a lot better than that bison did that fell into the pool, got stuck in the Grand Prismatic. I got a photograph from, who took this photo? I think it's a posting of the National Park Service, I'm pretty sure. Is that what it is? Oh, now I lost it. A photograph of what's left of the bison. The photo is credited to usgs.gov. Okay. On the morning of Saturday, June 21st, you probably remember the news from Cowboy State Daily, Andrew Rossi, talking about that bison, or maybe it was Mark Hines. It might have been Mark. But that bison that was videoed, some woman got a video of the bison, and he was getting real close to Grand Prismatic Spring, and he got kind of bogged down in the mud, and it had to be getting hot because he was getting close to the spring. And he turned around, and everybody breathed a sigh of relief. They're like, oh, he got out of the bog, only to turn back around and walk right back into the Grand Prismatic. And there must have been dozens of people there. That place is so popular. I can't imagine on a Saturday in June that there wasn't dozens of people there to watch this bison boil alive. It didn't take long. Although rarely witnessed, it's not unprecedented that animals fall into hot springs. An elk calf died while struggling to extract itself from the mud pots in West Thumb a few years ago. People saw that. And people watched this bison get into Grand Prismatic and boil alive. And there was a video and now a photo from USGS that you can check out on the Facebooks. I'm looking at it now. This is what's left of the bison. Nothing. I mean, you see the blue of the water and then the bones, and that's it. Everything else boiled away. And as explained in our previous story of the Cowboy State Daily, these thermal pools are not terribly acidic. That's not what does the destruction, the breaking down of whatever falls in it. That's just heat. That's just boiling stuff. And it boiled this bison right down to nothing. Gross. What a way to go. Wyoming Game and Fish, they're going to talk at you. Let's get Ray Hageman into here, and we'll do that.
Public meetings continue in Wyoming on proposals to regulate fishing outfitters and guides and reclassifying river otters as non-game animals. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. 3 public meetings will be held in the Laramie region to gather public input and answer questions regarding the proposed changes to Chapters 52, that's the take of non-game wildlife from within Wyoming, and Chapter 71 regarding commercially guided fishing boats. of the Wyoming Game and Fish regulations. For Chapter 52 in Laramie on July 1st at 6 p.m. at the Laramie Regional Office. On Chapter 71 in Saratoga, July 7th at the Platte Valley Community Center, 6:30 p.m., and in Laramie, July 8th at 6:30 p.m. at the Game and Fish Laramie Regional Office. The Chapter 52 summary updates Chapter 52, prompted by recent legislative action to officially reclassify otters as non-game animals, clarifying their management status within the state. The regulation further establishes requirements for individuals to report and turn over any unintentionally taken otters. Proposed updates to Chapter 52 also clarify requirements for reporting and tagging unintentionally taken gray and swift foxes to aid in species management. Additionally, this chapter includes updated scientific names for various reptile and amphibian species for improved taxonomic accuracy. Now, in regards to Chapter 71, the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission is proposing a new regulation effective January 1st to govern commercially guided fishing boats and trailers as directed by the Wyoming legislature earlier this year. The regulation will establish registration requirements, annual fees, and the issuance of registration stickers. It also details record-keeping requirements for boat owners and outlines reasons for registration revocation. The public is encouraged to attend and submit comments. Written comments must be received by 5 p.m. July 31st for the Commission's review before its September 9th and 10th meeting in Lander. Draft regulations are available on the Game and Fish website on our public input page, or you can go to the Laramie Game and Fish office. Comments can be submitted online on the Game and Fish website, or you can go to a public meeting, or you can mail them to Wyoming Game and Fish Department, 3030 Energy Lane, Casper, Wyoming, 82604. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, brought to you by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. I'm Ray Hageman.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
I almost got interested in this headline, and then I lost interest. 3 reasons why you wake up just before your alarm goes off, according to sleep experts. I would love to be a sleep expert. Does that mean in researching the topic, I get to have a lot of sleep? Because that never seems to be the case. I would sign up to be a sleep expert. Study me. If my job was to just sleep, like if I want to take part in a sleep study and I'm commanded to just sleep, no problem. They can study away and I will snore away. Reasons why you wake up just before the alarm goes off. That happens a lot, doesn't it? Happens a lot to me. I wake up and I feel like, oh, it's time to get up. And sure enough, the alarm's going to go off in a minute. It has to do with your circadian rhythm. Duh. The 24-hour clock in your body. Your body always knows what time it is, pretty much. It's circadian rhythm. I could have guessed that. Non-story. Good story here, though, from Amber Steinmetz. And this story is trending hardest in the Cowboy State Daily on social media anyway, getting the most clicks, most engagement, most readers, most eyes on. Cody Teen is the first high school student to graduate already licensed to drive trucks. McCoy Banks took part in this unique Cody education experience. It's called the Park 6 Classroom 2 Career Initiative. And McCoy Banks, while his fellow classmates were working on their reading, writing, arithmetic, McCoy was spending some time behind the wheel of big rigs, trying to earn his way to a Class B commercial driver's license, which he did do successfully. Now, he's only 18 years old, right? Tops. And I think you have to be 21 to get a Class A CDL. The full, that's when you're going to drive 18-wheelers and you want to go interstate. I think you've got to be 21 for a Class A. I'm pretty sure. But McCoy is 18. That's good enough for a Class B license, which allows him to drive any vehicle with a gross vehicle weight rating of 26,000 or more pounds, or any towing vehicle. So he can drive, large buses, straight trucks, box trucks, dump trucks, stuff like that. You know what it costs to get your Class B CDL? Like $4,000 or $5,000. Banks said it was difficult getting through, and he wasn't sure he passed the written test. He's like, I really sweated over that. Then you got to do all these pre-trip inspections. I mean, you got to prove you know your stuff, man. And he said it was tough, but he's now qualified Class B CDL. He's had to do a lot of parking and turning within the pylons. Good for him. And a lot of folks, I see the comments on the Facebook story regarding Amber Steinmetz feature on McCoy Banks, and a lot of folks are saying it's a great program. Cody High School's got it right. And they love the Park 6 Classroom to Career Initiative, which would teach kids get ready right into the workforce from high school graduation to earning a living. McCoy Banks is driving big rigs. He's behind the wheel of the school bus, drives the Cody Bronx to their sports games. Good for you, McCoy. I like it. That's going to do it for us. I think we're about out of time. Yeah. Let me play my play-out music. We're going to wrap things up for this Monday, final day of June. It'll be July when I see you again, which will be tomorrow, same time, same place. For now, have a great Monday. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake signing off.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.